Test. All right, good evening, everyone. The time is now 7 p.m., and we are here this evening for the regularly scheduled Narragansett Town Council meeting, and the date is Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. So the first item on our agenda this evening, as a Narragansett Town Council, would like to extend our warmest welcomes to the Girl Scout troop members in the back of the auditorium. And I would like to read off a proclamation for Girl Scout Week, recognizing March 8th through 14th, 2026. And it reads, whereas Thursday, March 12th, 2026 marks the 114th anniversary of Girl Scouts of the USA, founded by Juliette Gordon Low in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia. And whereas through Girl Scouting, girls grow in courage, confidence, and character, and learn to make the world a better place. And whereas throughout its long and distinguished history, Girl Scouts, the preeminent organization for girls, has inspired millions of girls and women with the highest ideals of character, conduct, and patriotism. And whereas Girl Scouting takes an active role in increasing the interest and skill levels of today's youth in math, science, and technology, careers, and to fulfill our country's economic needs. And whereas through participation in Project Undercover, a council-wide community service project, every girl will learn that she can make a change for the better in her community. And whereas the Girl Scout cookie sale is the world's largest girl-led business, teaching financial literacy to girls of all ages. And whereas this year, trailblazer Juliette Gordon Low is making her mark on American currency with a special edition quarter as part of the American Women Quarters program, which celebrates the accomplishments and contributions made by women of the United States. And whereas the Girl Scouts of Southeastern New England, GSSNE, is one of 112 Girl Scout councils in the United States, including Narragansett, as well as communities from all over Rhode Island, Pawcatuck, Connecticut, and 13 communities in southeastern Massachusetts. And whereas the Girl Scouts will be celebrating 114 years of an American tradition with 1.7 million Girl Scouts and 750 adult members nationwide. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of Narragansett, do hereby proclaim the week of March 8th through 14th, 2026 as Girl Scout Week in the Town of Narragansett, and urge our citizens to support Girl Scouts in their endeavors. Witnessing my hand and the official seal of the Town of Narragansett, County of Washington, State of Rhode Island, this second day of March, 2026. So please give us a warm welcome for our incredible Girl Scouts. And I would like to invite them forward to receive the proclamation, and it looks like you have gifts for us, which we will humbly accept. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Good job. Don't you sell a lot of cookies?
Thank you so much. And we'll take a brief minute recess if parents and Girl Scout members wish to exit the auditorium now at this time. Thank you so much for being here. All right. So next is our town manager's update, so I will pass the mic off to Jim.
Good evening, members of the council, folks who are here this evening, and those who are watching from home. As you can imagine, most of the week was simply spent digging out of the largest blizzard in the history of the state of Rhode Island. And I will say that they did a phenomenal job. I sent an email to the crew. I was with them most of the week. They were working 30-plus hours without any rest, driving heavy equipment on the town roads, answering all the complaints, even though they continued to plow over 105 miles worth of roads in town. And what I said to the crew was, when I say that the crew's done a phenomenal job, and I'm hearing that from many in town stating the same. I did receive countless texts and emails, all positive, and of course, the few that you can just never please. They're true first responders. The town stops without transportation, and the folks at DPW that consisted of also Parks and Recs, water, wastewater, and private contractors, they restored it safely and methodically, addressing critical matters promptly as they popped up, and having incredible patience. To hear the stories from some of the drivers who smiled back at a caustic resident that yells to their face on camera, F you. There's a special karma for these people in any community. And when the employee smiles back and says, well, I hope you have a better day. Have a nice day. So I say thanks again to all of them. It was a Herculean task performed by a dedicated team, and I hope they got a good night's sleep yesterday. Special thank you.
Can we give them a hand?
There was a host of emergency requests, transporting supervisory nurses to the hospital, medical emergency transports to the hospital, to the regional shelter, to the warming shelter at the library, and so on. Clearing, assisting people with blockages in their driveway that had caregivers taking care of them. It went on through the whole storm. We are all back in business now, and DPW and crew will continue to move back certain areas as the snow melts and shifts. And please be patient. We know the mailbox damages and some things are displaced on the edge of the property. It's just the cost of doing business. The snow removal team performed exceptionally well. I know we did better than many other communities because I spoke with them where they stood when we were wrapping it up. The effort was a coordinated operation involving DPW, Parks Maintenance, Water Department staff, wastewater personnel, extra support from the Narragansett PD for the parking ban and dealing with irrational residents in certain areas. A special thank you continues to go out to not just those folks, but to Patty Rosa, my assistant, Michelle Kershaw from Parks and Recs, Kayla Drugan from Finance, who came in when Town Hall was closed and worked with staff to make sure the payroll was processed so people would get their paychecks for all their hard work they've been doing. Jeff Farrell from Sunset Farm came through again as a true townie. He had 2 pieces of heavy equipment that we're in dire need of, and Jeff made it available to us and assisted us in the process of clearing up. John Stedman and Son Excavation, also. Copper and Son Landscaping, also. Key Corporation. The Narragansett Lions, Arturo Joe's, they sponsored a lunch for all the DPW and cleanup crew on Friday. Well deserved. I heard a lot of stories and I had a lot of laughs with them. And Sunset Farm, they also provided pies and cookies for all the staff. It's just an outpouring of support for people who, some people say, well, that's their job. But this was exceptional in what they did. It was absolutely amazing. And I'm not kidding. I was shown a video by one of the employees being berated by a resident. And another one that told me another story, and I know the family, and I know it's truthful. And they responded with such composure and professionalism, with no sleep, and they represented the town in a professional manner. And I can't think of a better crew, and they truly are first responders. They got us rolling again. And I'd like to give them another round of applause, like Jim said. And I'll have the operating budget for you by the end of the week.
Well, I just want to, again, extend my and the town council's sincerest gratitude to all of our first responders, and a reminder to the community that this was not just a normal, traditional snowstorm. This was a blizzard, a historical blizzard. This beat out, everyone talks about the blizzard of '78. They'll be talking about the blizzard of '26 now for many more years to come. And to see the incredible line of response that we had within this town, and neighbors helping neighbors, and the quick responses of our drivers, is like everywhere I looked, I saw and heard from people pitching in with every effort to help a neighbor in need. And I do want to send a special thank you to you as well, Jim, because I had many residents reach out asking about when their neighborhoods were going to be plowed. And, I had to get to South County Hospital to make a shift. And you made every effort to make sure that the roads were plowed, and in collaboration with DPW to make sure that everyone who had an emergency or anyone that was of a first line response was being addressed. And to see the incredible efforts that were being made across the board, I just want to again say thank you on behalf of all Narragansett residents for the swift response and the great communication that was going on at that time, because we heard it tenfold from people and on social media as well. So just really appreciate it.
What's that, social media?
Oh, like Parks and, yeah. We don't like to advertise that, but no, the Parks and Rec service in the town of Narragansett on social media, you guys did a tremendous job advertising all of the responses that were going on, all the different routes that were being addressed, and I know a lot of people were really appreciative of that response, so thank you. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Oh, yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything, but if we're talking about heroes, we have another hero from Narragansett that, if everybody remembered what happened in Pawtucket at the hockey arena, there was a classmate of mine in Narragansett High School, and his name was Robert Ritteni, and he was the gentleman that took down the shooter at the hockey arena. And I remember him as a kid, and we played football together, and we hung out together on Great Island. And Bobby always had that arm that could go around your neck and totally paralyze you, So it was pretty nice to see and read in the Providence Journal that he was the one that, helped stop more death at the hockey arena. So, thank you.
And again, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the entire Pawtucket community and all those involved. Anyone else? All right. Moving on to the open forum public comment. And sorry, just one more thing. As always, if anyone has any questions, again, about the ongoing snow removal process, please don't hesitate to reach out. Again, it sounds like we've had some incredible efforts and turnarounds with these requests. And again, I continue to commend all of our first-line responders. So with that, we're on to the open forum public comment portion of this evening. As a reminder, the comments of citizens addressing the council are neither adopted nor endorsed by the body, but heard as requested. Public comment will not be taken on matters involving open litigation, and please speak on only topics that are not on the meeting agenda. 3-minute time limit will be given to each speaker, and please be orderly and respectful.
Before I give you the first name, I do want to read a very brief email that was my favorite of the week
Oh,
from
absolutely.
a resident, Mr. Mark Blevins. He said I could use his name. He said, "Thanks so much for a strong, stable, and competent response to the recent blizzard and subsequent cleanup. DPW has done a phenomenal job with this Herculean task. Coffee's on me. I know everyone wants their street plowed immediately, but dude, it's a blizzard. We've rolled up our sleeves, we've helped our neighbors, and we've been reminded that we live in New England. Thanks for keeping us functional. Everyone needs to take a deep breath. Cheers, Mark Blevins." That was a little breath of sanity for the week, and I shared that all with the DPW guys because that's who he was focusing on what they were doing. So, onto the list. The first speaker who signed up is Al Alba.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Dr. Al Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. So, first of all, I do want to thank everyone we worked through with blizzard. And people help out. That's what we do. When I was called to 87 Narragansett Avenue, and I heard these girls, which were in distress, they asked for help. When I went to Stop and Shop management, I said, "Did you ask for help? Did they ask for help in regards to the situation at the property?" "Yes." "Did you ask for Mr. Durkin to help?" "Yes, we did, many times." "Did he help?" "No." We have to practice what we preach. We can be up here and give accolades, and our town manager can as well, but if we do not take care of our situations at hand, we're going to have a blizzard in Narragansett. Portsmouth, Tiverton, Foster, Gloucester, Lincoln, Exeter, Cranston, all these schools, Tiverton, they're all fighting against these state mandates, which is usurping the powers from towns. And yet, we are having a travesty. We're having our own blizzard in Narragansett. We're having our own crisis, our sewer, our water shortage. In areas like North Kingstown, they had to replace a water main. The cost, we had people who came in to discuss about the new sewage upgrade, over $100 million. Who's going to pay for that? Are each of you going to contribute? What are rental owners going to do? What's Mr. Durkin going to do? He's going to increase his rent. But myself, people on fixed incomes, teachers, hardworking families, what are we going to do? How are we going to survive? Why are we not fighting this? The conflict centers on the state's effort to address the housing crisis by making examples of ADUs, eliminating the right for special permits, building on wetlands, unmerging lots. This is our own blizzard. Our town solicitor and our assistant town solicitor, why are we not listening to these other towns? We have a crisis at hand. We're going to have monstrosities being built in our 2 and 3 neighborhoods. By unmerging lots, it's going to create another travesty. The Coastal Conservation Group and many others are summing it up. They're blindsided. This isn't housing policy, it's top-down tyranny, Crow. We have many, many issues in Narragansett. We have a crisis at hand, and yet you are failing to listen to the will of the people. I voted for you. I have nothing against rentals. Mr. Durkin, I knew he was a big-time rental owner, so I supported every one of you. I have the South County Rentals page, 5,700 members. People thank me for that. But we have to get our act together. Please, let's fight this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arpan Singh.
Arpan Utkarsh Singh, and I come here from the University of Rhode Island. Good evening, President and members of the Narragansett Town Council and other community members of this beautiful town. I serve as the chairman of the External Affairs Committee for the University of Rhode Island Student Senate. And it's a privilege to be here this evening to personally invite the town of Narragansett to Impact Fest. As chairman of External Affairs, my focus is on strengthening the relationship between our student body and the town of Narragansett. Impact Fest will take place on March 31st from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. on the URI Quad. The event brings together local small businesses, student-run nonprofits, and campus and community partners in one shared space. And we anticipate a strong student engagement throughout afternoon. For community members interested in attending, day passes and parking permits will be required to park on campus. Anyone seeking additional information or assistance can reach out to me directly at external@rhodisenate.org, which is my official email and can be easily found on the URI Student Senate webpage. And as I step into the last month of my term in this position, I wish this amazing town and its residents a big and a hearty goodbye, and pray that this mutual respect and sense of belonging only grows with the arrival of the next person in my position. I would be truly honored to have this town's presence and participation. Thank you for your continued leadership in serving Narragansett. Namaskar.
Thank you.
David Gleason.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. I'm David Gleason. I serve as the Vice President of the Portsmouth Town Council, and I'm here with a few folks from Portsmouth, including Councilor Charlene Patton. In January, the town of Portsmouth passed a resolution of the Portsmouth Town Council in support of municipalities collaborating and reviewing, analyzing, and responding to the 2025 affordable housing laws. I'd like to just cover a couple of bullet points on here for your information. You should have received this already. If not, I'd be happy to leave my copy with you. Some of the bullet points: whereas the town of Portsmouth recognizes the statewide need for increased housing affordability and supports policies that promote housing opportunities while remaining consistent with constitutional home rule principles and municipal planning authority, and whereas the 2025 state affordable housing laws impose uniform standards and procedural requirements that may conflict with locally adopted comprehensive plans, zoning ordinances, infrastructure capacity, environmental constraints, and fiscal conditions unique to individual municipalities, and whereas a one-size-fits-all approach to housing developments risks undermining the statutory role of municipal planning boards and zoning authorities, weakening local democratic decision-making, and creating adverse impacts that are inconsistent with sound land use planning. And whereas municipalities throughout Rhode Island share common concerns regarding the scope, interpretation, and application of the 2025 affordable housing laws and their consistency with home rule authority and established planning law. And whereas the coordinated action of municipalities is necessary to ensure that statewide housing objectives are pursued in a manner that is lawful, balanced, and respectful of local governance. My hope is that Narragansett, a similar town to a residential town, rural town as Portsmouth, will consider signing on with us. There's several towns are supporting us now. Part of the resolution includes a joint municipal statement. And basically, if you feel that you affirm municipal home rule authority over land use, zoning, and planning, and assert that state housing mandates must be implemented in a manner consistent with constitutional and statutory protections of local governance, if you also believe in calling for collaboration among Rhode Island municipalities to evaluate the impacts of the 2025 state affordable housing laws and to share legal, planning, and policy analysis, and if you support coordinated municipal efforts to seek clarification or judicial review, including joint or class-based legal action where appropriate to resolve questions regarding the scope, interpretation, and lawful application of the law. And if you want to urge state leaders and agencies to engage directly with municipalities to amend, interpret, or implement the law in a manner that allows flexibility based on local conditions, infrastructure capacity, environmental considerations, and community planning goals, we would hope that you would support responsible, lawful administration of local land use review processes during this period of uncertainty, including careful scrutiny of applications submitted pursuant to the 2025 state affordable housing law.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. May I leave this with your clerk? If you're
Yeah,
interested?
you can leave it over with our
Okay,
clerk.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Larry Fitzmaurice.
Thank you, Mr. President. Larry Fitzmaurice. I'm also from Portsmouth. I'll add a few things to what Mr. Gleason had to say. This has been long building. The Assembly has been passing these laws for 2 years, previously 2 sessions, and there's about 30 of them or so. They're more than 30. So they've become very difficult to figure out what's really going on. However, it is clear to me, at any rate, the takeover of local residential zoning code by the state, which is what has happened, is going to have a substantial effect on local communities. Now is the time to fight back. That's what we are doing. Both Portsmouth and Hopkinton and Tiverton have already adopted this resolution. Tomorrow, Smithfield will consider it at their meeting. And there's a number of other communities that are in the process of reviewing it. So this is something that must be done, because otherwise we're going to end up with the state running all of our local government. Because the Article 13, the homeroom section of the state constitution, specifies local control over local laws in its opening words. There's nothing more local than zoning code. So that is the basis. It's a bad precedent that the state has done, and they can take the rest of our authority away from us in our local communities. Obviously, citizens go to their local government for things like zoning code, and this is going to be affected as well. If you want to change something, or if you object to anything before you that's being done by planning boards or zoning boards, now it's a waste of time to go see them. They don't have any power anymore. And I'm, of course, speaking only to residential property. But in any case, something needs to be done, and the town of Portsmouth and these other communities have begun to do it, and I would invite the members of the board, of the council in Narragansett to join us and fight back. Otherwise, the state agencies are going to be running our towns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Morrison, followed by Paula Childs.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Morrison, and I live on 22 Horizon Drive. I am very concerned about the change of the number of students and
Excuse me, sorry. That actually is up for consideration during a public hearing this evening, so unless you have something else separate from that, this isn't the appropriate time to speak on the student ordinance. It has to be only addressed during the public hearing.
Okay, I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
And you will have the opportunity to speak at that time.
Paula Childs.
Good evening, Paula Childs, 55 Lake Road. You know, there's an old saying that you can't put a square peg in a round hole, but that's exactly what our General Assembly is doing when it tries to impose these new statewide housing regulations. We know that these proposed regulations would loosen our existing zoning laws. They fail to take into account so many other factors that make every town and city unique. Now, no one would agree that we need to address affordable housing, but I believe this council is about to make a grave mistake when it considers some of these changes and tries to adhere to some of these state laws. You know, on my street, there is a home with 5 cars parked in a very small parking lot in a tiny driveway. The homeowner knows that the current law limits the number of students to just 3, but the town hasn't bothered to enforce the existing law on the books. So if the town doesn't enforce the current 3-student limit, what's going to happen if you raise it to 5?
I just want to make it, again, very clear to everyone, and I'm going to give you your time back.
Yes.
We're treading a very fine line here. It has to be spoken during
Understood.
public hearing. So please,
Understood, sure.
thank you.
Well, so I just wonder how the town is going to enforce anything in this change in the number of students. But just to reiterate, my neighborhood in Bonnet has so many cars parked at so many homes that it's starting to look like a Walmart parking lot. Now, you know, all those kids and all those houses are posing a threat to our vulnerable ecosystem, our rivers, our streams, our beaches, our oceans. And now we're in a crisis of our own making because we have a failing wastewater management system that has been ignored for decades. And it's going to get much worse if you open the floodgates to any more students. Raw sewage pours into Narragansett Bay from our failing Scarborough treatment plant. And let's not forget what else comes from all those toilets flushing, not just untreated sewage, but used condoms, used tampons. Who hasn't walked along one of our beaches to find these things washed up on the shore, and who hasn't smelled the odor along the coastline? It's going to cost over $100 million to fix this. When will it be fixed? This is a major 20-year project. Town Manager James Tierney told us 2 months ago he had hired an engineer to take water samples at the treatment plant. Mr. Tierney said things look good, not even bad odors. Perhaps that's because right now our town is half empty. What happens this summer? What has this council done so far on hard plans to address this water pollution crisis? When will we see your long-range proposals, step by step, year by year? And what happens if you add to the problem by passing any new, looser building regulations? More college students, more Airbnb guests and their friends, and a stinky town whose beaches are no longer walkable, and an ocean that is no longer swimmable.
Thank you.
John Hanley.
John Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. I wonder about a lot of things with this council. It was refreshing to see people from Portsmouth who are putting up opposition to the state mandates, where you all are 100% for them. It's absolutely incredible. Secondly, about a year ago, I stood here. This was when the lack of enforcement of the 3-student ordinance, which I'm not talking about now, was just coming out to the public after being hidden from this council. And at that time, before you introduced those 13 atrocities, the number one priority for this council that you even stated was the short-term rental ordinance. And I remember standing here and Ms. Vignali said, well, I've got this group that wants to volunteer, we'll have a community effort, we'll do this whole kumbaya thing, and we're right on top of it. And I stood here and I said, that's wonderful, but I doubt if you're going to get that community involvement and then be able to pass an ordinance by 2025 on short term. Well, here it is, it's 2026. It's a year later, and you have done absolutely nothing. All of the stuff that you have put forward, ignoring, we're going to have another summer of stink, another summer of not enough water, not only not enough water, but bad water. So, did you all have to kowtow to your puppeteer masters to ignore this issue for the full year? Secondly, another subject. Go back about a month ago for the zoning setbacks in the amendment. You once again kowtowed to your puppeteer masters as you continue to give the middle finger to the town residents. There was overwhelming opposition from the public to passage of that ordinance, which you once again ignored. All I can say is wait till November. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Rydell, followed by Diana Pearson. Diana Pearson.
Nope, wrong list. If I could address the open public, excuse me,
The public hearing? Yep.
Okay. Joseph Franchina.
My name is Joseph Franchina. I live at Lauderdale Drive, 6 Lauderdale Drive, Narragansett. I applaud the Portsmouth Town Council for what they're doing. It's in stark contrast with what our town council is doing. I cannot believe that you'll continue on this path that you're doing. Affordable housing is not possible. You can raise or remove setbacks, raise building height to the 100-foot level. That will not make housing affordable. So you're being driven by other forces, either monetary or relational to the state. That's the only possible explanation to this. It makes no sense. You cannot have affordable housing here with the processes that you're implementing. I'm looking at each one of you individually here. Can you actually tell me that you truly believe that your efforts will make housing affordable in this town? I'd be glad to sit with every one of you after this meeting and get your true understanding of what's going on here, because it makes no sense whatsoever. It's an embarrassment. I've been here 23 years, and it takes my breath away. And it has been now just contrasted so drastically by this town, other town council, and others that I'm now hearing about, that are actually taking steps to separate powers between the state and the town, when you are lockstep with them. But what is so aggravating is that you have the gall to call it your whole process. And that started back when Ms. Vignale and Jim Durkin came to our little voting session there in the summer, telling us about affordable housing. And you're still talking those kinds of things. Or you've slightly changed it. Now we want to make it easier because it's so hard to get variances in this town. That's been blown away very clearly by my own experience here in this town and by the town planning board.
Thank you.
Please stop what you're doing. It's against all reasonable efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Gilbertson.
Okay. Yep. Nope, no problem. Anyone else on that list, Jim?
That is the end of the list right now.
Okay. Yep. We're going to take volunteers, anyone that hasn't signed up for open forum who wishes to speak on any item not on the agenda, including public hearing.
Roger Jadis, 1 Blind Brook Drive. Thank you, Portsmouth. We know you're on our side. Really appreciate it. I've been up here before, as you know. You say you listen to us, but you don't hear us. Example, we had an expert on the planning board, Mr. Brady, who, the document that he submitted to you regarding the amendments that you wanted to get rid of, or you're starting to get rid of, why it's a huge mistake. But forget what he says, he's only an expert. He got rid of the FAR, got rid of the setbacks. You're going to mess around with the ADUs tonight. You're letting us talk, but you're not listening to us. Somebody else is pulling your strings. And it does go up to the state level. The previous speaker stole a lot of my thunder, so I won't repeat what he said. But what I will leave for the clerk to give to you folks tonight, I just came across this morning in my email. I'm a member of AARP. I'm sure many of us in the room are members of AARP. I just found out you don't have to be 55 years old to be a member. You can be 18. You don't get all the benefits, but you can be a member of the AARP. So what they sent me this morning was just kind of like a community check health. And Narragansett, Rhode Island, out of 154, if my kid came home from school with the 54, he'd be in his room doing homework. This is only the top sheet that I'll leave. When you do go to the website, it will break down every category. Some categories we do quite well in. Environment is one. Housing is way, way down. Speaking of housing, this morning, the Go Local had an article, one type of new housing in Rhode Island continues to flounder, ADUs. I know you're going to address that later, so I won't get into it now. But again, I'm going to leave this with your clerk. Very, very informative. If somebody makes a mistake, don't you learn by somebody else's mistake? Fools don't learn. They make the same mistake over and over and over. I just hope that you continue to listen, but I hope you start hearing what we're saying.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak for open forum who hasn't done so already? Yes, Sue. Yep.
Hi, Sue Ann Maruso, 111 West Bay Drive. I was only going to speak at the public hearing, but since we're on that fine line, I did want to talk about the fact that, yes, Portsmouth is doing things, so are a lot of other towns. But Jamestown has done some definitive things without joining in anything specific to the state. They had a problem with water hookups because they had people finagling the system. They only have one reservoir, so water is very precious there, a lot of people on wells. So what the town council did is they established a perimeter. They made a water boundary. So that will avoid future hookups because they know it's a disaster. Same thing with sewer. They just established a boundary knowing that their system needs upgrading also. So even though they're not able to fix it right away, they're doing something to stop further growth, further draining of their precious resources. Also, without a big to-do from the town, they decided, and they don't have even half the number of short-term rentals we have, they set a cap. The town council just said, okay, this is it for this year, we'll consider next year, but there are no more. So if they can do it, they're a coastal community, I don't see why we can't. And, you know, this increasing the size of houses and saying that, you know, families are going to move in together. I mean, okay, I'm part of that aging population. I know a lot of people in town, other towns, and I'm saying, how many of you want to move in with your kids? It's not happening. Some people do it only because they have to financially. But if they had a choice, and they're not going to have anybody move in as a caretaker, they do other choices. So that was one thing. And I looked at this ad in the paper, and I said, look at that. Oh, it's expanded. You know, it's $1.5 million, 2 units. It's 4 stories high. It must have just met it. So I'm saying, how does this happen? Then we've got another ad for residential properties. They're advertising a nice starter home, which would bring a family in for a winter academic rental. It will bring in minimum $2,700. So I'm just saying, we need to do something. Everybody knows we've got a water problem. Couldn't water our lawns till November. Everybody knows there's a sewer problem. So instead of expanding the tie-ins, expanding the population, especially ones known for not caring about water usage, we should be reducing it, because we have to start someplace. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak for open forum who hasn't done so already? Yes. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't tell if you wanted to do the public hearing or the open forum. Okay.
Hi, Tom Dolan, 990 Ocean Road. And I usually come up here about once a year and, say something. And I usually go to the library about once a year. And I like to look at the blurbs, of what has happened in the previous year. And they do it in January, they'll come out. And they talk about all the things that maybe the South Kingston Town Council has accomplished and what they hope to accomplish for the next year in 2026. So I went in the other day, and about a month ago now, and right across both the papers, the Independent and the Narragansett Times, the local paper, front page, Narragansett talks about sewers. And I say, I've been talking about this for 15, 20 years now. And now it's a big issue. And I said, they're finally talking maybe about this 20% hike that they put in. And then, no. And I said, really, 20% in this economy? And then the next year, another 20%, and then 10? Over a 3-year time, 50% hike? I'm on a fixed income. Maybe you guys can handle it. And I know it's minuscule in percentage-wise. That's ridiculous for something that could easily have been resolved. Now, my question maybe to the council is, if you go into your kitchen and your wife or your kids or your husband has left the water on, and the water's running out onto the kitchen floor, what is the very first thing you're going to do?
Turn it off.
Excellent. You're not going to start calling the plumber right away. You're not going to go and spend 20 grand to fix the floor. You're going to shut off the faucet. And that's a very simple task that maybe you could do. Regarding, I'm not asking for moratoriums, which I think I did a few years ago, but that would actually help it to subside somewhat. On another note, you've got the Westmoreland sewer plant. I'm hoping that you have got together with the state reps and making sure that URI, with their new buildings that are going to be going up and housing through the Gilbane deal, that there's going to be a sewer plant out there. You take Pine Hills and places like that, in Massachusetts, they couldn't even break ground until they had built a sewer plant first for all the doors that were going in. And you people have to get together with the state people. So far, that hasn't happened with any council. All they can do is build a tansy tent for the sand and, okay, my time's up, but I'll verge in on it afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Alrighty, so we'll go into, our public hearing portion of the evening. Is there a motion to hold a public hearing on an ordinance and amendment of Section 9, non-conforming uses and structures of Appendix A entitled Zoning?
Motion to hold. Second.
Discussion. So I think we'll invite up Mr. Jack McGreen, who, and I correct me if I'm wrong, you are the one who has submitted for this, is that correct?
I have. I submitted the text amendment on behalf of Mrs. Martino, who's my client. She presently has pending an application pending before the zoning board requesting dimensional relief to construct a new raised ranch in conjunction with demolishing her existing home on her land, which is on a legal non-conforming lot of record. So if you don't know, due to a recent Supreme Court decision of McLeod versus Wesley Zoning Board, the court stated that the Wesley Town Council needed to amend its zoning ordinance to permit a property owner to request dimensional zoning relief for a home that is to be demolished on a legal non-conforming lot of record. So after that case came out, the Narragansett Zoning Board, observing that the Narragansett zoning ordinance is similar to the Wesley zoning ordinance relating to demolishing a structure on a legal non-conforming lot of record, they have taken the position that they don't have jurisdiction to entertain my client's requests for dimensional relief unless the Narragansett zoning ordinance is amended to permit my client to ask for the relief. So even though the past practice of this town and the zoning board, I would say for at least the last 20 years since I've been doing work down here, to entertain a dimensional relief request in conjunction with a existing home, in order to continue that practice, Section 9 of the Narragansett zoning ordinance needs to be amended to allow the zoning board to hear such requests for that type of relief. So that's why I amended the zoning ordinance in Section 9, which would permit the zoning board to entertain a request for dimensional relief when she demolishes a home because she owns a non-conforming lot of record. So bottom line, it's really just codifying the existing practice of the town.
Thank you. Jim, do you have any questions?
Is there any way, Jack, that this would affect somebody, make it harder for them to do what they want to do with their property, or is it something?
I know there was some concern. So, we had a great subcommittee meeting with the planning board, and then we, before the planning board, we wordsmithed the amendment. And I think if you look at the last section, section 9.3, where it says prior approvals, we put some language in there that stated that if anybody that had an existing application or prior approvals, they were vested, and so that this, any change to the zoning ordinance wouldn't affect their approval. And I know there are some other attorneys that had some concern, but I'm pretty confident that that language, the 9.3 section that we added, would vest people, including myself. So I was concerned that I would have to reapply, because right now my application is pending before the zoning board, and I didn't want to have to withdraw my application and reapply since I've already been before planning and zoning, and I've had witnesses testify. Didn't really want to have to come in and start from square one. So I think that last section covers any concerns that several people may have that have applications pending. I think there's at least 15 or 20 applications pending before the zoning board that's been put on hold because of this Wesley case. So I think that section 9.3 gives some people comfort that they won't have to start all over again, and whatever action or the zoning board's taken to give their approvals wouldn't be undone because of this modification to the zoning ordinance.
Any other questions?
Not for Jack.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. McGreen?
Mr. McGreen, would you be able to talk us a little more through the Supreme Court case with the town of Westerly?
Sure. So, so there is this. I was doing some research on it after I read that case, and there's a gentleman by the name of Roland Chase who wrote the third edition of the Rhode Island Handbook on zoning, and the fact that he says whether particular language constitutes a mere zoning requirement or an express condition is largely a matter of choosing different words in drafting an ordinance. And he goes on to say, the local legislative body enacting the zoning ordinance may not even be aware that they were creating a jurisdictional prerequisite rather than simply a dimensional requirement. In this instance of a voluntary demolition of a structure on a legal nonconforming lot, because the use of the word shall in our zoning ordinance, in the Wesley zoning ordinance, in the sections of the ordinance relating to voluntary demolition of a structure on a substandard lot of record is not clear, and the language is mandatory and may not give the zoning board the jurisdictional permission to hear such a case. So the fact that our zoning ordinance says shall as opposed to may, the Supreme Court said that that is language that is mandatory. So, and quite frankly, I don't think when people draft things, they need to choose words wisely. So shall versus may, the Supreme Court said, nope, you need to go in and amend that zoning ordinance because you said shall rather than may. So it's no longer a mere zoning requirement. It's an express condition of this town council when they drafted that zoning ordinance. Quite frankly, I think my office back in the 80s drafted that language. And Mark McSally, I won't say myself. Mark McSally, who was the zoning ordinance, the solicitor back then. So I think that simple word, shall versus may, is what the Supreme Court hung their hat on. And so they said, listen, Wesley, if you want them to be able to go in and ask for that dimensional relief, just change your zoning ordinance. Change that word from shall to may, and then stick some language in there that gives that person the right to go in and ask for that dimensional relief. So that's what I'm doing here, and I think that's probably what the town of Wesley is going to do in a few other towns around the state based on that case.
Okay, thank you. In my reading and understanding of this, if someone voluntarily demolishes their property, they, help me through this next section. Are they able to rebuild without seeking further zoning approval, or what does that process look like there?
So if somebody could go in, if they demolish their building, they could rebuild as long as they conform to the dimensional requirements of that lot. In my case, for example, my client is going to knock down her home. She's going to move her house a little bit to the right, so she's going to decrease the nonconforming of the right side, but she needs like 1.5 feet of relief on the left side. Under the Wesley case, she cannot even go in and ask for that relief from the 1.5 feet, according to the Supreme Court. So if you were to change the zoning ordinance, not that she would automatically get it, she would have the right to go in and ask the zoning board, listen, I have an issue here, I need to move my house a little bit to the left because in my case, she needs a little bit wider alleyway down the center of her house in order to fit a wheelchair, so she can ask for the 1.5 foot. Right now, she can't do that. But she could put up a house and conform if she could conform to the side yards.
Okay, thank you. And what was the impetus for the Westerly case? What was the person doing that this all went to trial?
I think somebody took an appeal from a zoning board approval.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's why this has been on the case. I mean, there's not many people that want to really go through the process of paying the lawyer, $5,000 or $6,000 or more to file an appeal. So these things may sit on the book. I mean, there are several other sections of our zoning ordinance, and quite frankly, I think are appealable. I won't go through that right now, but no one wants to take the position and spend the money to take an appeal on a zoning case if they don't have to. But somebody in Westerly, they took an appeal from an approval, and the zoning board agreed with the appellant when they took the approval, saying, you're right, that zoning ordinance does not permit a person that owns a non-conforming lot of record to request dimensional relief, because they use the word shall rather than may in that ordinance. So, that's what happened down in Westerly.
All right, thank you for the context.
Anyone else have any questions?
So I guess the obvious question I have is if it's just a matter of changing shall to may, how come we're not just doing that and not
Well, I can tell you this, just the ordinance, as we were going through this with the planning board, it was clear, it was just confusing on its face to begin with. So we broke out, if you notice, it used to be section 9, we broke it out to section 9.1 and 9.2 in order to clarify the difference between requesting relief for a nonconforming structure by use versus a nonconforming structure by dimension. It was very confusing, so I suggested that we just break it out. And so we deleted section 3, that was in 9.1, which related to nonconformity by dimension, and I moved it down to section 9.2. So if you look at section 9.1, item number 3, we deleted that and then brought it down into section 9.2, and I defined that, the header of that case section says dimensional nonconformity, and the first section says, nonconformity by use. So I just think it clarified it. And we went through, you'll see there were several changes where we put in may versus shall. That was in several places. And then in section F, on the second page, the old statute had said it was ISDS, which is no longer, we don't use that term anymore. It's now called an on-site wastewater treatment system, OWTS, so we made that change as long as we were cleaning up the ordinance. And then we added that catch-all section in the very end that protects people that had already got approval from the different boards, that they wouldn't have to start all over again in order to get their approval through. So it was more of a cleaning up rather than, as long as we were at it. I mean, there were several attorneys that came in and had their own cases, and and so we just wordsmithed it. But bottom line is all it's trying to do is codify what the town's been doing over the last 20 years.
So property owners in town should be happy.
I think so. I know I bet there's 25 to 30 projects on hold until this ordinance gets changed.
Okay. The other thing I will add is, again, this change was submitted, and then it went to the planning board for review. And again, based on the feedback that I've read in the report from the planning board, it does appear that they unanimously approved this amended recommendation to the council. So I do appreciate the efforts of the planning board and the collaboration on both sides to seek this through and to have it presented to us this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And I think that's all the questions we have for you.
Thank you.
And with that, does anyone wish to speak for this portion of this public hearing? And as a reminder, this is not the student ordinance. This is a separate ordinance. So does anyone wish to speak on this one? Dr. Alba.
I do. Dr. Albert Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace, Narragansett. So I do want to applaud this gentleman, this attorney, for actually doing due diligence. I know right now it seems as though with the FAR being pushed through and building on wetlands or near wetlands, I guess my question is, we always need a system of checks and balances. So I know the planning board, hopefully, I know Dr. Mark Brady is no longer there. He was a sage individual. He is a very bright man. And I know we have some people in the construction business, contractors who replaced some of the individuals in the planning board. Rupert Friday was replaced. So I guess my one concern is hopefully we're not opening the floodgates.
Just a point of clarity, Mr. Friday was not replaced.
Hopefully we're not opening the floodgates. I know this situation, it seems pretty innocuous, but sometimes if you give an inch, people take a mile. So I just hope and pray that we're not opening the floodgates to have people take advantage of the situation where they're going to be raising down their properties, and then just expanding them to encroach on other people's. You know, we had the bulk zoning in place, and hopefully maybe you can consider that, listen to testimony today, reinstate the bulk zoning and other issues to safeguard our town. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe I saw a gentleman in the back. Yep.
I do. Matthew Gilbertson, Gilbertson, 33 Shore Road. Thank you. Good evening. I speak tonight in support of this amendment. About 22 years ago, my wife and I fulfilled a dream of having a house in Breakwater Village. We were able to scrap some money together, purchase a small cottage, and we just love it down there. It's been a fantastic place. About 5 years ago, we were fortunate enough to find a place a little bit closer to the water, and we, again, did the best we could to put things together. It's 499 square feet. We've been working to kind of fix the place up, and we want to retire there. And I'm one of these people that council talked about who find themselves in a very difficult situation with respect to the McLeod hearing, and we're hopeful that this amendment is going to help us out and many others. It was the eve of the demolition that the project was put a stop on. Prior to that, we had hired a local architect who worked great with us. She did a fantastic job. She found a plan that would minimize the nonconformities that we have, bring the back lot off the property line to where the house was, and it looked fantastic aesthetically. It was just perfect, and we went in, and the planning board, the zoning board, the town staff was fantastic. We were able to show them what we wanted to build, less than 1,000 square feet in total, but it would be enough for us to at least retire there and live in a great spot. We hired a local contractor who worked with us. He's familiar with the rules. He knows to keep the site clear, and here we are now, almost 5 months later, and everything is on pause. Our life has been turned upside down by this hearing, and we're hopeful that at some point we can get some relief. What we're hopeful to accomplish through this amendment, and I think it would work, is for us to be able to remove this small 499 square foot home, to raise that down, and to build a house about twice the size, just under 1,000 square feet, that's aesthetically nice, new, and livable. We want to rebuild our home to the same size that we would have been allowed to do if we didn't have an existing structure on it, as we have now. And we're hopeful that the zoning variances that we obtained through this point would also be grandfathered in, so that we wouldn't have to go back and spend more money, time, and effort obtaining those variances. I want to thank you for hearing me out, and I want to thank you for listening to everyone tonight, and I'm hopeful that we can get this amendment passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on the first public hearing? Oh, yep, sorry.
I do. Peter Suska, SUSCA, 15 Tellier Road. Thank you all for hearing me tonight. Thank you for doing your job. I have pretty much the same story as the gentleman before me. I'm tearing down, we're rebuilding a small cottage into a little bit bigger cottage in Breakwater Village. As you know, the Breakwater Village requirements are pretty constrained. so everything requires a variance. We went through, got the variances, got the approvals, got the demo permit, and then got the notice, I guess in January, that everything was frozen. So I think the biggest concern that we have is our builder still going to be around when it's time, when this all comes through and we are allowed to start building and get a building permit. This is affecting a whole supply chain for all of us that are waiting on this. So it's, builders have other things they have to do, subcontractors and so on, and it's costing everybody, and it probably will cost more time for everyone. So I have no idea what's going to happen. So I'm just asking that if we can expedite this process, just as I'd asked before, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishes to speak for the first public hearing? Yes.
I do. Stephen Ferrandi, Stephen with a V, S-T-E-V-E-N, last name Ferrandi, F-E-R-R-A-N-D-I. Thank you, members. I just want to bring a little bit of history into this. Picked this up a little late looking at it, but the more I started looking into it, first I didn't understand it, then I really dug into the Westerly case and all. But, and what I see is, we had a legacy at one point where, maybe when that ordinance was determined, we don't know at the time, but maybe they wanted to use the term may instead of shall. Obviously, the town never thought of that because it looks like they were allowing, or at least asking for variances when they shouldn't have. Once again, a little bit of legacy that happens in this town for many, many years. So now, here we are, we're in a cleanup situation. The state Supreme Court did nothing but codify what our ordinance said, whether we like it or not. That's what they did. And the town's been bending the rules for many years since then. I realize it put people in a lot of jackpots at this point now. But I think that this is going to open the floodgates to possibly more tear downs. These aren't new properties where you can ask for a variance. These are just tear downs of existing ones. So I think you'd really have to go back to when it started to find out what was on those people's minds. Maybe they wanted some legacy of some older homes being repaired, straightened out on the lot, maybe centered on the lot. That makes more sense. So I don't think enough was done to keep some of the legacy of the old ordinance. And maybe you should have hired an expert and not let an applicant's attorney, I understand that's his job, to come in and suggest an ordinance. All we have to pass it through is our planning board. They did a good job. They looked at it. But we have no other legal person to look at it, like an expert in ordinances, zoning ordinances. So I would just look at it and look for a little more legacy to try to what we could have kept from the old ordinance, rather than just adding. I can read it. It just says adding the idea of adding a variance. So every one of these basically can add a variance to it. That was really the gist of it, and it allows that. Maybe there could have been something made where you could expand the house a little bit bigger on that one particular property. You had two or three grades of expansion based on the size of the lot, like the floor area ratio. Those weren't considered because, it's just easy to put may, and then it just lets the floodgates go. So I just hope that you revisit this at some point. And this, I don't believe this is just changing this ordinance is just going to be for specific applicants that are being held up now. This is going to be from here on in, from here on going. We've just passed the 15% adjustment in the zoning, so we're back to the old zoning plus 15%. And, people can ask whatever they want in the ordinance, but now if we've already put in 15% by right, you might start seeing a lot more tear downs. So I just wish a little more thought would go into this. Maybe if it passes, look at it in 6 months, or pass it for the people that are kind of caught in the jackpot right now. Then you hire an expert zoning attorney. Let the people come in and give some of their voices on it, rather than just, this isn't something the town asked to do, is what I'm getting at. This is something, because of a court case, this is what happens in these towns. So, and we got to find out how come the thing was never enforced correctly for a long time, like many other ordinances. So I don't mean to rain on anybody's parade. I realize it's a beautiful town, that people want to go here, but you should need some rules in place. And that's where we end up with, you know, getting in a jackpot a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I'll turn it back to the council if anyone has any final thoughts or questions or comments. Or should I start? I'll start. I appreciate the feedback shared this evening. And I do agree that checks and balances should be in place, and I appreciate Mr. Frandy's comments about how much attention and vetting should go into decisions like this. Upon my review of the process, it does sound like there was extensive vetting done between the legal team that submitted the request, as well as our solicitors team, as well as the planning board, who pushed back, and this is now the compromise that they're presenting before us. And, you know, it may not appear as such, but I do have a great respect for all members of our planning board and am empathetic to the job that they do. So when there is a 5-0 vote, a unanimous vote that is being presented to us, which is unique, going back however many number of years, it's very difficult to get a unanimous vote, even coming out of the planning board. So, you know, with that justification and my great respect for all members on the planning board on this issue, I have no reservations of considering the amendments that have been proposed. Does anyone else on the council have any other final thoughts or comments on this?
The only thing that I just want to say is to address Mr. Frandy's point. If you look at 9.2 and then section 3 within that, if a dimensionally non-conforming building or structure is demolished or removed by its owner, it may not be rebuilt or replaced except in conformity with the dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance, unless the owner obtains relief from the zoning ordinance prior to demolition. So in terms of, you know, tear downs and then gross build outs, I think that's being addressed here in that section.
Any other comments? No. All right. Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to item B3. Is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance and amendment of Section 9, non-conforming uses and structures of Appendix A entitled Zoning?
So moved.
Second.
Any final thoughts or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the second public hearing of the evening. We're going to dive right into it. Oh, do you want to make a comment? Are you recusing?
Recuse.
Okay. So, Counselor, please make note that Counselor Durkin is recusing himself from this next public hearing. Sorry, what were you saying? Oh. All righty. Okay. So with that, is there a motion to open and hold a public hearing on an ordinance and amendment of Section 7.23 student-occupied dwellings located in a R10, R10A, or R20 zone within Appendix A entitled Zoning?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. So Dan, just want to see how we're doing before we dive right into it. Thank you. So before we go, so Dan, I'll just, do I just like tell you when to go to the next slide and stuff? Okay. So months ago, it seems like a lifetime ago at this point, but we had, I thought, some pretty productive conversation and dialogue with the planning board regarding several different ordinances through a series of work sessions. And this is one that we had discussed at great length. I believe it was for at least 2 work sessions. So that way they could have, and again, it was Mr. Brady who actually asked, wanted to understand a better context as to why some of these different changes that were going to be considered were being considered. So Councilor Torrealde and I, on this particular issue, we want, and again, from hearing at great length from residents, why isn't this being enforced? What's going on here? You know, as a new council that came aboard, as tradition, you know, we get the full rundown of all ongoing legal litigation, and you, as a result, look at some of the ordinances in other areas that could be affected. And call me out if I'm saying anything that I shouldn't. But it was determined early on by recommendation and discussion to not enforce the 3-student ordinance because of a recent state law that was approved in, I think it was June or July of 2024. Do you know which month that was?
July.
July of 2024, thank you. So I'm not here to argue about the creation of a student ordinance. I understand completely why the student ordinance was created at the time in which it was created. I understand that it was a response to the number of students that were occupying rentals in our community. I understand that there was an extensive amount of debate at that time as to what the number should be. Should it be 3? Should it be 5? Should it be 4? And then eventually it worked its way down to 3 students max per dwelling. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because at the time in which that was created, and then it was challenged in court, Judge Taft-Carter agreed that the student ordinance was legal, it was constitutional, but you have to be reminded that the time in which this was considered in court, there was no state law that was passed in July of 2024. As a result of now the July 2024 state law going into effect, and you have a state law and now a recently passed town ordinance that stipulates 1 per bedroom up to 5 unrelated. And that is now a state law and a passed law, passed ordinance by the town council. And the problem that Councilor Colonies and I, not Councilor Colonies, excuse me, Councilor Torrealde and I had discussed at great length with the planning board is how do you enforce an ordinance that starts from the state and now at the local level stipulates that if you're an unrelated person, you can rent up to 1 per bedroom up to 5 unrelated, except if you wanted to pursue an education, by definition, doesn't matter the age, by definition, the moment you sign up for a class, you become a student. And for me and Councilor Torrealde, I could not for the life of me understand why the same rights and privileges would not be granted to anyone who by definition was a student just because they wanted to pursue an education. So with that, I throw it out there. What does a student look like? So with the next slide. Again, in Narragansett, students do not fit into one single mold. Here is a hardworking single mother, a dedicated nurse at South County Hospital, who works full shifts caring for patients during the day and then attends evening classes at Rhode Island College to earn the certification required to continue in her profession. She is not just a student, she is a caregiver, a provider, and a role model for her child. Next slide. Then there is a 68-year-old senior citizen who has carried the dream of earning her high school diploma for decades. Today, she has the courage to return to the classroom and finally achieve that lifelong goal, proving that it is never too late to pursue an education. Next slide. And this is a recent graduate of an Ivy League institution, now continuing her academic journey at the University of Rhode Island, pursuing a graduate degree in oceanography and marine sciences. Her work will contribute to research, sustainability, and the future of our coastal community. And next slide. And then there is a local small business owner, balancing the demands of running a business while taking online courses through the University of Arizona to strengthen his knowledge of management and entrepreneurship, investing not only in himself but in the local economy. And finally, the last slide, Dan. I share these stories to illustrate a simple truth, that anyone can be a student at any stage of life. Education is not confined to age, background, or circumstance. It is a commitment to growth and to our community. This ordinance recognizes that reality. It makes clear that the current statewide rental law allowing one person per bedroom up to 5 unrelated individuals should apply equally to these hardworking residents. It acknowledges that the prior student ordinance, though created with understandable concerns about housing pressures, is now outdated. At the time Judge Taft-Carter upheld it, there was no comprehensive statewide rental framework defining occupancy limits as we have today. Today, however, we face an unprecedented housing affordability crisis. What the existing student ordinance effectively says is that if you choose to pursue an education to better yourself and in turn better our community, you will be treated differently. That is not who we are. That is not what I stand for. Education should not be penalized. It should be supported. This ordinance affirms that students, whether they are nurses, seniors, graduate researchers, or small business owners, deserve to be treated equally under the law. And that is the reason why, again, and in the spirit of understanding why the original student ordinance was created in the first place, I am not recommending that we rescind the student ordinance entirely. I am only recommending the alignment from 3 to 5 students to align and better enforce this ordinance. Now, as a reminder, when the creation of a student ordinance was presented to the original town council who considered it first, it was a split decision from the planning board, and it was sent over to the council without recommendation. The council did end up passing it at that time. I think the vote was 3-2, and then proceeded to go from there. And it's again, it's a reminder that we all have these different perceptions on this particular ordinance. I'm not arguing at all why the 3-student ordinance or any student ordinance was created in the first place. And I understand, you know, there's some laughs in the room about a portrait of a student, but you have to understand, you want to know why ordinances don't get enforced. This is part of the legal barriers that come to enforcing this particular ordinance. you have to better define what a student is in order to be able to enforce it in this situation. But again, you now have a state law and a town ordinance that says if you are an unrelated person, 1 per bedroom up to 5, you can rent in a house up to 5 bedrooms. However, if I decide to pursue an education, I don't have the same rights and privileges as someone who does not. So, Councilor Torrealde, I don't know if you have anything else that you'd like to add to that.
Sure. I will not be as long-winded. Apologies. Bluntly, I ran on repealing the 3-student ordinance. To my understanding, there was an agreed-upon, let's call it 4-student ordinance that was a handshake agreement. Prior council made it 3. State stepped in. It became 5 unrelated. Working with Alex and speaking with landlords, residents, keeping the student ordinance on the books and amending it to 5 was the more prudent path forward, and aligning it to the state regulation of the 5 unrelated per dwelling. We could very easily be sitting here tonight with a rescinding motion on the table. We are not. No, it is not. We are going from 3 to 5, or I would like to go from 3 to 5.
Please let Councilor Torrealde finish his portion, and then we'll open it up to the floor.
No, that's really all I have to say on that matter. I would like to go from 3 to 5.
Okay. Thank you. And again, in extensive conversations, even with past planning board members in this community and residents alike, there was one clear theme across the board, and that was how do you enforce these ordinances? The recommendation overwhelmingly coming from residents was that there should only be 1 rental ordinance, that there shouldn't be unrelated, there shouldn't be student ordinance, anything. It should just be 1 rental ordinance to better be able to enforce and understand in the general public in this town. Now again, in the collaboration that Councilor Torrealde and I had, we considered rescinding it and aligning to have just 1 rental ordinance. However, in the spirit of recognizing its original intent of why it was created, we felt that it was best to only amend the number of students that could occupy a dwelling. And I also want to say that I agree with the recommended amendment from the planning board that asks to put in the language of legal in front of bedroom. I agree 100% that should be added. I don't know if, Mr. Craven, if you've seen the recommended amendment from the planning board.
I have.
Okay. And in the language that I just described, is that accurate
Yes.
to that recommendation? Okay. So again, I think, I just want to say I agree 100% with the recommendation from the planning board to stipulate a legal bedroom. I think that's very important to add. Do you agree, Councilor Torrealde?
I do.
Okay. Any other council members wish to speak on this before turning it over to the public?
I too agree with the legal bedroom. I think there has been so much disinformation. Everyone's talking about 5 students per home. 5 students. We're going from 3 to 5. I had asked the town for the number of houses and number of bedrooms, and I just want to point this out to people. We have 18 homes that have 1 bedroom. We have 190 that have 2 bedrooms, 480 that have 3, 254 4, 127 have 5 bedrooms, 54 houses have 6 bedrooms, and 18 homes have 7 bedrooms. So that's a total of 1,141 houses. So at 3 students per house, which is what the ordinance, that would be 3,423 students. And these are just, rough numbers. All the addition is correct, but so there would be 3,423 students. If you now say, okay, well now they want to raise it to 5 students in every house. So you take 1,141 homes, and you multiply that by 5, and you come up with 5,705 students. So that's a difference of 2,282 students, which I tell you, I agree, is a large increase in students. However, we're saying one per bedroom up to 5. And when you do the math on that, you come up with 1 bedroom, 18 students, that would be 18 students. 2 bedrooms at 190 would be 380. And you multiply it all the way down until you get to 6 bedrooms where you only can put 5 students in there, and 7 bedrooms where you can only put 5 students in there. So that total comes to 3,849 students, which is a difference of 426 students distributed within entire Narragansett. The difference between 3 per household and 1 per bedroom up to 5 is a difference of 426 students. So when you say, oh, they want to put 5 students in all the homes, yes, it sounds like a large number, and it is a large number. However, that is not what we're voting on. Our ordinance now says 1 per bedroom, unrelated, 1 per bedroom, up to 5. And I just wanted to clarify that because I think so many people are thinking that the number is going to be double what it is now, and that's not true. And I also think, you know, when the planning board was discussing this, I think that they actually missed the boat a little bit also, and they failed to look at it as one per bedroom up to 5. And so I think everyone needs to realize that that's what the ordinance says. It's not 5 per household. Thank you.
Correct, and I think that's a very important part to call out, and I appreciate you saying that because I did have conversations over the weekend as well as on email about that very particular issue because there was confusion about it. And the fact that there was confusion being raised by residents is further illustration as to why bringing the language up to mirror the unrelated ordinance is so important. So that way there isn't so much confusion going on in the community. Again, it's not a matter of whether or not a student ordinance should exist. It's the number itself that has now become outdated since the state law went into effect. We're not cramming 5 students plus into a household. We are actually doing the opposite. We are revising the ordinance to allow students to be treated as any other unrelated person. And we are also saying that it's 1 per bedroom up to 5. So those 6 and 7 bedroom homes that may have housed students will no longer be able to house those students because of this new ordinance.
I also think in my opinion, it's a lot easier to enforce. When you go into a home, you see the number of bedrooms, you say, I need to see your leases, 3 bedrooms, 3 leases. If there's 4, it's illegal. I think it's much easier to enforce it when you walk in, like I said, 2 bedrooms and there's 4 people, well then it's a problem. So I think for enforceability, I think it's much easier to do so this way.
Thank you. Anyone on this side have any other questions or comments before turning it over? All right, so we'll turn it over to the general public. Oh, Mr. Zonfrillo, sorry.
So help me God. Paul Zonfrillo, Zonfrillo, 7 Windward Circle. I think this is the moment this council jumped the shark. I have no words for the wanton discrimination against senior citizens, shop owners. You got to be kidding me. I mean, I couldn't even made that up. I couldn't have even made that up. It's very disingenuous, and it's gaslighting. It's also gaslighting to say that we must comply with the state law by passing this. Nobody's proven that. But by Councilor Vignali's calculations, there's going to be 400 or so more students than there are now. So there's about 200 days in the school year. And let's assume everybody flushes twice a day. And if you do the math on that, that's 148,000 more gallons of sewage that you guys are authorizing. So this council will most certainly it'll be known as the council that exacerbated the sewer smell council. 150,000 more gallons of sewage. It really, and as far as the 5 goes, nobody's proven that. You know, other towns are fighting these mandates. The state is bringing in. I mean, I am shocked at the way you're trying to justify this.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Alba.
I do. Dr. Albert Alba, 24 Eagles Nest Terrace. That's in Narragansett, Rhode Island, 02882. But one of the things about getting a PhD is to do your research. So I want to share with you, and I'm submitting this for all of you. I contacted the city of Providence, and I asked them, are you enforcing the no more than 3 in an academic rental? They said, we are, Dr. Alba. I have the email.
Sorry, we are not what?
What's that, please?
It was just hard to hear. You were not, they were not what?
Okay. So you want me to repeat what I just said?
No, I didn't hear what the answer was that Providence provided you.
Oh, so they
Sorry.
said, yes, we are. In fact, I'm going to be sharing with you
Okay.
the email. I have one of the occupancy dwellings petitions. I have an official zoning ordinance, which I will send to you via email. And they said there's no problem at all enforcing no more than 3 students in an academic rental. And we are enforcing it actively. They say there's a clear distinction between those who are in school, matriculating students, enrolled, which can be substantiated very easily, and those that are unrelated. So I'm going to submit this. Town manager and assistant town solicitor. You guys can get a copy. And I will gladly email the additional piece of information to all of you. Let us consider what's going on in our town. Our town is changing our ordinances, sweeping changes. We are the people of Portsmouth. I can get the people from Tiverton here as well. I can go on. They have a town solicitor, they have an assistant town solicitor, and they have a town manager. And when I speak to these people, they're in disbelief with regards to Narragansett. How you are unwavering, how you are not willing to fight for what's right in face of our sewer issues, in face of our acute water shortage. And we could have sewage seepage. In addition to water usage from flushing the toilet, people got to take showers. We got to use dishwashers. It all adds up. By doing this, we are going to be making Narragansett less affordable. It is counterintuitive, and I'm going to clearly explain to Donna, since she's pretty good with numbers, since she's giving us numbers, to all of you. And I'll share this with everyone present. I know Mr. Durkin owns lots. He owns properties. So let's say if you have a merged lot and you have a 2 or 3 bedroom.
Sorry, I just want to make sure you're speaking into the mic.
we have a 2 or 3 bedroom house on this merged lot. So if we have no more than 3, for the 3 bedroom, there'll be 3 students. Well, now we have an investor coming in who sees that property, knows that that merged lot could be unmerged. I'll buy that property for you, maybe $100,000 over list value. And what's he going to do? What has Mr. Durkin done? He'll buy properties and raise it, and now we can unmerge the lot, and we could have a 2-story. So we could have these 2 stories with this new ordinance put in place. We could have 5 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms in each story. So now that one house, that 2 or 3 bedroom on that one lot, which was previously merged, now it's going to be unmerged. Now we're going to have 5, 10, 15, 20 students. If we make it a tenement, we're going to have 15 and 15.
There's not going to be 15 or 20 unit households, sir.
No,
This is
going to
one
be
per bedroom,
3
up
level,
to 5.
3 level. We are
Unrelated.
increasing the FAR. We are increasing the FAR. So because we're increasing the FAR, people can build bigger houses.
I understand what you're saying.
And they can also do multi-levels.
I understand what you're saying
duplexes.
about that, but this is specific to the changes from 3 to 5.
Correct. And,
And we are- there's-
these are the consequences which will happen because if people like Mr. Durkin, who's an investor, and other investors, what they're going to do is they're going to be buying more and more property, and they're going to capitalize on this situation because it's big bucks. And they're going to make sure that those houses, when they're built, are 5 bedrooms. It doesn't take rocket science. So all those numbers that Mrs. Donna Vignali go out the window. It doesn't take rocket science, people. You're all intelligent individuals. We have a sewer and water crisis. This will only exacerbate the situations. We increased the FAR. We are getting rid of the bulk zoning ordinances. We're going to have more monstrosities popping up. We're going to have people building on more and more wetlands. I mean, it's frightening that this town council is not fighting back, as the people of Portsmouth said. You have to listen to the outcry of the people. If any of you want to have a political future, you have to listen to us. We voted for you. It's not too late, but if you all vote unanimously today and support, and you support the up to 5, and you say legalize bedrooms, are you going to go to Mr. Durkin's property on 87 Narragansett Avenue and look at those legal bedrooms where you have 3 people in one room and you have 2 people in a 2x4 room? How is that legal? How is that legal?
Again,
I have to call it the way it is.
again, we're not talking about Mr. Durkin's
Well, I'm talking
property.
about an example. It could
Okay.
it's not just Mr. Durkin, it could be any investor.
I just want to, again, just
The
make
point
sure.
is, what I'm trying to say is if you do this, it's opening the floodgates. I gave you examples. People are going to be buying out these properties, they're going to be paying more, they're going to be unmerging the lots, and our wetlands, our water system, our oceans, and who's going to pay for this? Who's going to pay if we have sewage seepage and our water becomes contaminated? So we have to have a whole house water filtration system. Who's going to pay for over $100 million for our sewer system? Like I said, the rental owners, they'll just increase the rent. But we have a lot of seniors and family members who are on fixed incomes. We're not all millionaires or multimillionaires. We work hard for a living. I'm going to be 65. I plan on working until at least 67 or 68, even later, possibly. So it's just scary when you are not listening to the will of the people. We can fight this. And when you make a statement that we cannot enforce a 3-student ordinance because it'll be complicated because of state law, Providence proves you wrong. Contact Mayor Smiley. Contact Mayor Smiley's office. Speak to them. They can give you some direction. I'm not making this up, people. Speak to Mayor Smiley's office. Speak to their representatives. Call them on the phone. You can do that, Mr. Solicitor. Ask them, are you having problems enforcing? They told me absolutely not. And I will share the other documentation which they use. So I strongly recommend you reconsider what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I do. Tom Dolan, D-O-L-A-N, 71 Secundit Boulevard, Narragansett. It seems there's a little dissension with the council's thoughts and the public. And I think the pictorial is wonderful. The numbers that were given out in the houses. I've been living in Eastwood Look for over 50 years. I can bring you into houses that you are calling three-bedroom houses. When the Iannicellos first pulled permits years ago, it was 2.5 people per bedroom, or per house, excuse me. Now, that's changed a little bit. The dining room that was in that house that you're calling a three-bedroom is now a bedroom, the dining room. The living room is set up. These three-bedroom houses that you're talking about are 5, 6, and 7 bedrooms. So on that alone, I think the numbers are off. Now, there's been council people, not mentioning their names, we're talking about affordable housing. And this person was excellent. I'm not looking for deception, but he would say, okay, the affordable housing, we're forming a committee. And then, of course, a year would go by to, yep, they're meeting next. And the affordable housing wasn't met. We can do it very easily. Take all these students that you want. You know, they only make 10, 15 a year. They can vote here. They're here 9 months a year. Not only that, then they can start running for council. And then maybe they can put a cap on rentals, and it'll only be $300 a bedroom or $100 a bedroom. You know, I'm lost. You know, it's so redundant on what everyone else is saying, yet it doesn't seem like the council is seeing that. I know that, let's say, if you really, and it's the one thing the paper said you did last year was 2025, was to discuss sewers. So if you're really concerned about sewers, as he was smart enough to say, just turn it down. You could put moratoriums. You could have the state intervene and say, listen, we can't accommodate people yet. Our sewer system doesn't do it. There's more feces that goes into that sewer plant in September, October, November than there is the busy months of June, July, and August. When the water is the warmest, in September and October, Scarborough Beach is polluted. Yet we're blind-eyed to that. Those are the concerns. You talk about your health first, and then the wealth. Then the landlords who are going to say they have rights. I have rights too. I used to go down to Black Point, take the mussels off the rocks, bring them back up, steam them in some wine. All of a sudden, the DEM came and told me that I can no longer, not me personally, it was in the paper, that you could no longer shellfish on Black Point. Open ocean, you can't shellfish. It was never that way years ago. The water pressure in Eastwood Look was perfect. You didn't need a pump to irrigate your grass. All of those things have changed. Yet there was an article in the paper a few weeks ago that students are not affecting our life. They've got to be kidding me. If people are telling you, all these people are telling you about the water pressure, they're telling you about the sewers, something has to be done. I know that the 8-inch pipe that runs out of Eastwood Look could never be worked on if it ever broke it from 8 to 10 in the morning in September, October, November. You know, then I hear about this sewer plant, they were going to put covers on it and do other things and fans. You know, I remember Murray Lugins years ago asked me to talk to the state regarding, I think it was Beretta Development, because the Olivos and Lido Beach was going to be, set up and had been purchased. And the first thing the city and the state had, they had great plans. I met with the engineers, met with DEM. They had great ideas, beautiful lights and islands and buildings, so when you drove by, you wouldn't even be able to see the ocean. They were going to leave 30% or 40% looking through. And all nice asphalt throughout. And again, just like we're talking, I'm saying here, we don't need to spend millions on a sewer plant. We need to turn the water down, as this gentleman just mentioned earlier. Quiet things down. Luckily, I mentioned to them, I said, this is South County. We like to look at the ocean. We have coolers, running a cooler in the back, a grill in the back. It's a different lifestyle. You guys, asphalt for them was rectum trouble. They wanted to asphalt all of Olivos and Lidos. Luckily, we were able to, change the engineer's design. And now you can walk by or drive by and see the beach. My only concern, in all my travels, that the state is known for two things: the ocean and crooked politicians. I'm hoping that as I look at the individuals here that are going to vote, that they're going to do something that their legacy, because whatever decision you make here tonight is going to be something that is going to be passed on. I think it was Lincoln or someone when I was in the 4th grade said, whatever we say here will long be forgotten, but they'll never forget what we did here. And I think that your kids or the next generation will never forget what you do here, and I hope you make that right decision, because it's your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. With a hat. Sorry, I can't remember everyone's name. I try.
I do. Joseph Franchina, Joseph-Franchina, 6 Lauderdale Drive, Narragansett. Thank you again for allowing us to speak tonight. Ms. Vigna, you talked about the difficulties of finding out what's a bedroom, and you'll walk in and it'll have the bedrooms there. Well, we have that today. The houses have bedrooms today. You can walk into the house and know. So I didn't understand exactly where you were going with that, but it didn't really make any sense. Also, the student population of Rhode Island, I believe it's somewhere between 6,000 and 8,000, not the 4,000 you're talking about. So I'm not sure where you're getting your numbers, but if you're just spouting numbers, which sounds like you are, that's a serious problem. That's not gaslighting. I don't know what that's called. It's called lying.
Please be respectful. Every council member, just like every resident, does their research.
All the numbers that I have.
Please don't insinuate that another council person up here is making up and fudging numbers. Everyone has the responsibility to do their own research and be respectful.
So you're saying there's only 4,000 students
I am
in this
saying
town?
all the numbers that I have gotten, I've gotten from the town manager. So these are the numbers that the town has, and these are the numbers that I am using. I don't make up things, and I don't lie.
Going on to the 5 students, you're assuming that there'll be no expansion in the future in this town, but that's the very thing that you want to happen. So if there is only 4,000, as you're saying, well, it's certainly not going to stay there, because it has to go up. Because anybody with any understanding of finances and the financial ability to do the work and expand houses, merge properties or unmerge properties and put 2 houses there, they will do that, and it'll happen immediately. And that's what's going to happen here. The town can, and for the state to say you have to have up to 5, or you can have 5, they don't live here. This is not a city like Providence or Warwick. It's a narrow strip of land that really is bounded by a river, a bay, and an ocean. We just can't expand anymore and not lose whatever we have today. Forget about students, unrelated. The expansion is not possible. You must be able to understand that. Forget about who's going to make a lot of money, and we know that will happen. But our town cannot support that. We don't have apartment blocks like they have in Stores, Connecticut, at the University of Connecticut. We don't have that. We can't even support that. Unless maybe Chafee's land, the government land that Chafee has on 108 is turned into private property again. We just don't have the land for that. So for that sake alone, 3 student ordinance, 3 unrelated ordinance, whatever it's called, that's limiting expansion to the town, because the town cannot, it can't support the expansion that you're talking about. So for that sake alone, please, please, do not let this go on like this. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. I can't see in the back. Yes, you. Sorry, I need to get my glasses on. Mr. Schofield, sorry.
I do. Harold Schofield, 9 Atlantic Avenue, Narragansett. Well, good evening. Let me start out by saying that it was sad to sit here in the audience tonight and hear that the town council seems to have made up its mind and developed its rationale for that before listening to the public hearing. And let me just say that this example given here is a gross deception and distortion of the reason we're all here.
It's an illustration. It's not meant to exclude or include anyone. It's just an
I
example
doubt that
of
any
the legal
foreign,
challenges.
any of these people live in rental houses in Narragansett. You're talking about a class of people that is beyond the 2 sigma distribution limits of any population, right? We know the bulk of the problem is there is 6,000 to 8,000 URI students living here. And maybe Donna's number would be correct if we were enforcing these ordinances as we should be, instead of, as the gentleman before me said, having allowed, 3-bedroom homes to be turned into 6- and 7-bedroom homes. So there's that issue. The next issue is that students are a well-defined class, especially since the Providence Supreme Court decision and several U.S. decisions. They're easier to quantify than unrelateds. And as I've said, adult students don't count in this. They're beyond the 2 sigma limits of the distribution we're talking about here.
Where do you see that it would exclude anyone of any age? That is never decided in any court.
I've lived here for 50 years. I've been through many people in the pier, student houses. There's lots of them around. And they don't include middle-aged people. They include students coming out of high school and going to college. So don't try to color this with examples that don't represent the statistical mean of the population. That's the first thing. And by the way, if you want to have an ordinance, just one ordinance, and I support that, and by the way, I was the one who ran the ad hoc committee 10-some years ago that recommended the 4 unrelateds because we couldn't do students then. But we'd have done students in a heartbeat if it was legal then as it is now. And this business of conforming to the state is just a red herring. The 3-student ordinance is legal. It's legal. It's got nothing to do with unrelateds. Providence is enforcing it, as was, said here tonight earlier. So what I really want to do here tonight is let's look at the value of it and the reason for it and what its ultimate goal is, okay? Narragansett's three-student ordinance is legal and enforceable based upon the 2020 Providence Supreme Court decision. It should be enforced in our town as it is in Providence because it is the only true point of leverage the town has to limit the number of URI students living in Narragansett. That is the affordable housing problem. There are too many of them. With respect to housing demand, the 2024 Crane Report, funded by our last council, a truly resident-friendly council, I might add, states that the housing demand generated by college students has significantly altered the housing market dynamics of Narragansett. Students occupy half of the town's inventory of rental units, yet they are not full-time residents or taxpayers. Students import unearned income that floods the housing market with seasonal rental payments that are not representative of the underlying fundamentals of Narragansett's housing market, such as wages, jobs, population, and household demographics of full-time residents. The University of Rhode Island and private landlords in Narragansett, over 80% of whom do not live in Narragansett or vote here, have developed a symbiotic relationship with the school benefiting by avoiding the costs of building student housing and landlords benefiting from renting to students for 9 months and then gaining a 3-month rental premium for vacation renters from mid-May through Labor Day. This is a self-reinforcing financial benefit between two parties, but at a high cost to the town and prospective resident renters, meaning it alone has created our lack of full-time rentals. It is the problem. Recommendation 5 of the Crane Report, entitled Engage the University of Rhode Island in Developing New Housing, states as follows. The impact that university students have on our town's housing is so overwhelming, this is the Crane Report, so overwhelming that the consultant cannot envision any successful solution to Narragansett's housing affordability challenges without proactive engagement and cooperation of the University of Rhode Island. Now, doesn't that say it all? It goes on to say more specifically that supply of and demand for housing is not driven by normal market-based factors, such as wages, jobs, population, and household demographics of local residents. The student population, at nearly 50% of the total town population, helps explain why they also occupy about the same percentage of the town's rental stock. Again, this is in the Crane Report. Without student demand for rental units, the town's current rental stock could, with appropriate management, provide the missing 120 units necessary to meet the state's Chapter 53 mandate of 10% total housing stock to be dedicated to low and moderate income populations without building any new units, without zoning changes, without all the nonsense you've been engaged in for the last year. Okay, you wouldn't need to do any of that. The situation, again, has a self-reinforcing market incentive between the university and private landlords. The university benefits greatly by avoiding the cost of building housing for its students. Private landlords develop from the unusually large, consistent demand for rental housing generated by the university. The building inspector's database reveals that students do occupy at least 50% of rentals in town. So considering that the town is experiencing a rental gap of about 404 units for full-time residents, and that the university students are absorbing a minimum of 1,100 rentals, similar to Donna's number there, building student housing clearly represents a solution that needs consideration. Not zoning variances, building student housing. The Crane Report, by the way, goes on to say that even if the town worked independently to implement a police strategy, a policy strategy, without university cooperation, it would still affect student populations and therefore the university. So again, from the Crane report, the town's only tool as a government entity, if it was required to address the challenge alone, is the stick approach. In other words, some type of restrictive policy on land use, building use, and occupancy status that would alter student populations in town. But this doesn't build affordable housing, and it frustrates the university. So it would behoove the university to work cooperatively to help build the missing gap of rental housing in town. That's what you should be doing. You should be working with them. Towards this end, URI's own self-assessment study or report, a 2024 self-assessment report, this is by URI, states that the quality and limited availability of housing options on or near campus is the #1 issue impacting the student experience and growth of academic programs and result in a cascade of negative impacts for the university, including deterring enrollment, particularly among higher achieving and higher resource students who have more alternative options, limiting enrollment of international and graduate students who are more reliant on year-round housing availability, and finally, increasing numbers of students leaving URI due to lack of housing options for upperclassmen and undergraduate students. If these people are truly living as students, right, they're not living with 5 other young kids at Eastwood Look. We all know that, so don't deceive us with that.
That's not the point, again, of the illustration.
But it is the point. It is the point.
And I'm
You
not
tried
going to engage in a
diffuse
back
this
and forth.
tonight.
I'll
That
allow
is
you to
the
speak.
point.
It's
That
not.
is the point, Alex.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
It's not.
Okay, well, what is
But
the point?
this is an illustration of the challenges of being able to enforce any student ordinance when there is a state law that was put into effect and a town ordinance that was approved that says 1 per bedroom up to 5 unrelated. But what a student ordinance says, that by definition, I understand the intent was to go after the University of Rhode Island and the students who go to the University of Rhode Island. That is not at all what the ordinance says. That is not how the ordinance was vetted. The fact of the matter is that there is an ordinance on record that says if you are a student and you wish to pursue an education, you will not be treated equally as someone who is just an unrelated person not going out for their, not pursuing their education.
There is no legal reason why the 3-student ordinance, as Providence is doing, has anything to do with the state definition of unrelateds, and they're already changing it. And we know from a lot of other things the state has done recently, some of it they've had to fix because they screwed up. So they're not too good at this stuff either. But the fact is, Providence is enforcing theirs, and we know that. And we know there's no correlation between enforcing a student ordinance and this unrelated thing. And again, as someone who worked with, unrelateds years ago, unrelateds are hard to define in this day and age. But a
Correct.
student is easy to find.
Correct.
Where do you go to school? Brown, URI, here, there? That's easy to
Which is why we're not
define.
getting rid of the student
But
ordinance.
the point is, limiting the number is the one stick the town has to put pressure on the university. That's the only solution to housing here. So let me go on, if you will. It's important to note that URI students are not at fault here. We're not, and I'm not blaming them, and no one here opposed to what you're doing thinks that students are the problem. We've all been students once. It's just that we've too many of them in Narragansett, that 50% of the population. They have become the pawns in this battle. They really have. Wedged between landlords pressuring them to change their residency and vote here for the slate of candidates, namely you 5, under the threat of higher rates or no place to live. Look, clearly URI is an asset to Rhode Island and South County, but as the Crane report identifies, the situation between landlords in Narragansett and URI has a self-reinforcing market incentive between the university and private landowners, meaning that private landowners are the beneficiaries and Narragansett residents are the losers. We're the losers, and you were elected to represent interests of residents, not investors. In a recent February 5th independent editorial entitled South County Housing Issues Demand Innovative Solutions, Susan Cicilline-Bonanno bemoaned the fact in that article that URI is a limited endowment and would need to rely on general obligation bonds to build student housing. This isn't true. That's not true at all. Universities today do not rely on endowments or general revenue bonds to build housing. They utilize public-private partnerships known as P3s to construct, renovate, manage, and maintain facilities while preserving an institution's funding and borrowing capacity for its more strategic endeavors. Universities all over the country, get private developers in to fund these things, build these things. They know how to do it. The school's obligation is to fill them up. And URI, I was just going to say, the use of P3s by colleges and universities has been on the rise for years. URI, along with the state of Rhode Island, is late to the party with its current P3 with Gilbane. However, the first of 3 dormitories isn't scheduled to open till fall of '27, with less than 500 beds. Meanwhile, graduate student housing is being demolished, displacing 500 students. Advised to seek housing in nearby towns. Gee, where do you suppose that is? Other new housing will not open until 2028. In reality, several thousand student beds are needed. The Crane report clearly identified URI rentals as the, quote, the root cause of Narragansett's inability to meet its affordable housing goals. You've spent a whole year screwing around with zoning when the fact is this is the issue you should be dealing with, and you should be engaging URI aggressively. And sadly, you've spent your first year promoting these 12 zoning amendments that gut decades of progress toward preserving our neighborhoods, instead, again, of focusing on these recommendations in the Crane report. Both URI and the state are negligent by not having jumped on P3s decades ago to build adequate on-campus housing. Weakening our zoning laws is a wrong approach. Narragansett is 95% built out. Most remaining vacant lots are substandard and often are wetlands or involving wetlands. On the other hand, moving about half of the URI students living in town back to campus is the only sustainable and affordable long-term housing solution for Narragansett families. And it will benefit URI as well. It's good for both parties. It's befuddling to me why both URI and the state have dragged their feet on this thing so long. But it's not Narragansett's responsibility or your responsibility to house URI students. Your responsibility is to worry about the residents of this town and their well-being. So finally, please note that efforts by the state to modify the number of unrelated people living in a household have nothing to do, Alex, nothing to do with the legality and enforceability of our 3-student ordinance. Rather than a developer-friendly, one-size-fits-all approach, the state could work proactively with each town, requesting that towns identify land areas suitable for affordable housing development or areas suitable for redevelopment towards these goals. Once identified, then the funding means by which housing could be developed and sold at lower than market rates must be spearheaded by the state, not by dinkling with the zoning. You'll no doubt hear tonight, as you have already, that many Rhode Island towns are banding together to challenge the state's ability to override home rule. Hopefully you guys will join the list, because that's what's going on here. Narragansett should join this coalition, because make no mistake, in Narragansett's case, nothing would moderate housing prices and increase home availability, including year-round rentals, more effectively than relocating 2,000 to 3,000 students living down the line into on-campus housing. If we do that, then maybe Donna's numbers will be correct, but they're not correct now. And enforcing our three-student ordinance is the best stick we have in pushing back at URI. Restrict the number that can live here and push the burden on them, and work with them and the state to push them toward these P3 partnerships, which is what they should be focused on and is what you should be pushing for. Raising 3 students to 5 simply reinforces the symbiosis between landlords and the university. Along with gutting zoning standards, moving from 3 students to 5 will only worsen housing affordability in Narragansett. And doing these kind of things in other towns will be detrimental to them as well. So again, remember, Narragansett residents have no obligation to house URI students. It's not because we don't like them. We do like them. And by the way, this business about the economy in Narragansett, they spend money here. I keep hearing that. Good 2100 clause. But they don't spend as much money as families. And the fact is, if you look at the demographics over the last 20 years, we've seen it in the census. Families in Narragansett are declining. Students sucking up the housing is not the only reason, but it's the main reason. So again, don't dink around the edges. And this is dinking around the edges. This is deception. This is not focused on the problem. This is trying to justify a pre-concluded decision you want to make and probably will make, irrespective of what I or anyone else has had to say here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I think it's important to understand that you get a lot of questions that we get is understanding the rationale behind why it is that we're promoting changes. That is not to dodge anything. This is an illustration of why legally it is difficult and being challenged to enforce. And that is the illustration being shared here. We're going to take a brief recess while Councilor Vignelli runs to the restroom. 5 minutes. All right, we'll call everyone back. I know. And we raised that. I know. Dan, I just want to make sure that we're good there. And Mr. Craven, are you all set? Okay. All right, Charlene. Sorry, just a quick question. Is that noise, did that just come on, whatever that noise is? Has that been on? Okay. Oh, it hasn't. Can we hear all right online? All right, well, if anyone at home can't hear anything, let us know. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that.
I do. Charlene Riley Paskoski, Paskoski. Want my address? 16 Cove Road, Narragansett? Okay. God, I have so much to say. And I gotta make my blood pressure go down a little bit before I start. I was at the last town council meeting when, I think it was Mr. Terrell Day, if I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, brought up Sunset Farms and how they did not go along with pulling a permit for the whatever they put up. And I thought to myself, wow, how could they get away with not pulling a permit? You know, we pull a permit for everything. And I think it was Ms. Vignali said, well, you know what? I think maybe we'll use this as an educational opportunity. And I thought, educational opportunity? To teach the other residents that you really need to pull a permit? That's insulting. Of course you know you have to pull a permit. This is insulting. You're using it as an illustration. It's insulting. You don't think we know what a student is? Of course we do. Who's going to enforce this? It's not enforced now. The building permit's not enforced now. The students, how many kids live in a house is not enforced now. Going along and seeing how many bedrooms there are per house, that's not enforced. I have a guy that lives at the end of my street. He had 3 bedrooms. Oh, God, suddenly overnight he's got 6. I went to the tax records. He was paying taxes on 3 bedrooms. I wonder how many other people in town are getting away with that. That's terrible. We could be making money on that. I'm dumbfounded. I'm going to read a letter from a resident, and I could not have said it better myself. The ordinance you're discussing tonight, 3 to 5. This ordinance is not neutral. It's not minor, and it's not harmless. It directly increases the profitability of converting single-family homes into high-density student rentals. That is the outcome. Whether you say it that way publicly or not, that is what it does and what it will do. Any 3-bedroom house in Narragansett can be reconfigured internally to create additional bedrooms without expanding the footprint. At approximately $1,200 per bedroom, often funded through student financial aid that includes living expenses, the math is undeniable. Numbers don't lie. Homes become income machines, as they are now. Mortgages get paid with student loans. Neighborhoods become revenue streams. URI is not required to house all of its students, By expanding rental capacity in residential zones, this council effectively absorbs the responsibility on the town's behalf. Enrollment can grow, tuition revenue can grow, investor profits can grow. Meanwhile, the stability of year-round neighborhoods continues to erode. Do not frame this as an anti-student. And this person is saying she was a URI student. I was a URI student as well. Had a great education there, and I had fun there. I didn't live down the line, but I had fun there. Students are part of this community. What is not sustainable is unchecked concentration that transforms residential streets into de facto dormitories. Over the last decade, especially since COVID, properties are increasingly marketed based on projected rental yield, not livability for families. That shift did not happen by accident. It happened because the policy signaled that investor conversion is acceptable, even preferable. Please stop suggesting that alignment with state gives you no choice. That is not true. Local officials are elected to exercise independent judgment. If every directive is treated as binding without scrutiny, then the role of this town's council is reduced to rubber stamping. Residents have shown up. They have written. They have called you. They have asked repeatedly for balance in protection of neighborhood character. Ignoring that input while advancing policy that benefits investors sends a clear message about whose voices carry weight. If you vote for this ordinance, you are not maintaining the status quo. You are accelerating a structural shift away from family neighborhoods toward investor-driven rental density. That is a choice. Make it consciously and own it. You mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that your thoughts and prayers were with the Pawtucket families, the hockey families at Pawtucket, the tragedy that happened there. I hope your thoughts and prayers are geared towards this ordinance when you take a vote. Listen to your conscience.
Thank you. Yes. Oh yeah, I don't even know who turned that on. Can we? Oh, can we please turn it off? Thank you. Thank you.
I do. My name is Diana Pearson, D-I-A-N-A, last name P-E-A-R-S-O-N. I'm an attorney. I'm licensed in the state of Rhode Island since 1984. My office is located at 1050 Main Street in East Greenwich. I'm here on behalf of enforcing the 3 college student ordinance. I would like to address a couple of points historically. Providence maintained college student enforcement, similar to the eventual ordinance in Narragansett, limited to very specific zones. It is not town-wide in Providence, nor is it town-wide in Narragansett. Providence has had that ordinance on the books up to the Rhode Island Supreme Court, upheld by the Rhode Island Supreme Court, finding very specifically that the city of Providence was entitled to advance its legitimate interests in maintaining a municipal concern regarding college students and the neighborhoods around the colleges, specifically Elmhurst. And although the Rhode Island Supreme Court said We're not sure if that can solve the problem, but the local government is entitled to implement and enforce that ordinance if they think it's going to meet a certain need in that city or town. Narragansett eventually does the same thing. A legitimate municipal interest is decided, factored into, crafted, and implemented. The state comes along and implements the, I'm going to call it the 5 unrelateds. Yes, it's 1 per bedroom. That is a totally separate ordinance law than the 3 college students. They do separate things. The 5 unrelateds is townwide in Narragansett and everywhere else, as long as it remains in effect. And the 3 college students has a different purpose. It's specific to location. It's specific to who it addresses. And college students, as found by Rhode Island judges, Judge Taft Carter, in a case regarding Narragansett, specifically said, as well as the Rhode Island Supreme Court, college students are not a discriminatory class. They are not entitled to heightened scrutiny when you're looking at what you're doing to them because they're not discriminated against, they're not a protected class, not gender, race, all of those elements that our bodies of law have found to have had historical discrimination and difficulties that now need to be elevated or addressed. College students are not a protected class. Regarding the college student illustration, understandable, but the college student ordinance is an aggregate. It's not a single senior individual getting their college degree, et cetera. It's the mass of them. 3 is one thing. 5 is a lot more, and a lot more of a problem. But again, please, please understand, they're different ordinances. They can live separately, they can coexist. And Judge Taft Carter has already ruled on that in a case, Mita versus Narragansett in 2023. You can have your unrelated, and you can have your 3 college students. And I would encourage the council to maintain that 3 college students. Again, Planning Board did vote 3-2, maintain at 3. Those interests should be heard and enforced and implemented by this council. Again, this is not discriminatory against college students because they're not a protected class. Maintain the 3, enforce the 3 college student ordinances, let the state and also town-wide handle the 5 unrelateds. From the smallest house to the largest house, all over Narragansett, that's applicable. But the college students are in limited zones and only that definition, the aggregate of 3. I would ask the council to maintain and enforce the 3 college student ordinance.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Hanley.
I do. John Hanley, John-Hanley, 10 Wilderness Drive. This is about as ridiculous as it gets. I know the point you're trying to make, but that is a horrendous display. In fact, I thought I almost called the cops on the young lady on the upper corner there for streaking last week down my neighborhood. And I call her young because she's only 68. The other thing off the top of my head is if you actually believe there are 4,000 college students in this town, and I'm not calling you a liar, believe me, but you should have the ability to question those statistics when they're given to you. because that's absolutely incorrect. You know, of all the atrocities regarding zoning that you have passed, this one is closest to home to me, and it's the most immediate, because I live in a neighborhood that's a well-established neighborhood. I've been in there for 37 years. I've watched the neighborhood grow up with probably the addition of 20 to 30 houses in it since I first bought there. And all we're looking for neighborhood balance and quality of life, nothing more. I've coexisted with students for a long time. And about 50 years ago, actually, I rented on Sylvan Road. There's a little two-bedroom house there that's still there, right next to those 4 or 5 big gigantic things that somebody allowed to put up. I rented in that house. It was a two-bedroom house. Guess how many people were there? 2. And I've been in town for 50 years. As I said, I bought first house on Daytona Avenue and Briggs Farm. Beautiful little house. I go by there now, right next to it, there's another atrocity there. But more onto the students. You've consistently ignored the residents. You referred before that, well, some people say we should have warners. All I'm asking is, you say all these things, and I'm looking around, where are all these people supporting you? Where are they? Where do you get your support from? It's not for people who come to your meetings that you don't listen to. It's a shame. You know, and I expect tonight that you'll continue to ignore the residents once again. You're going to give the middle finger to us, which I like to use, and you kowtow to your master puppeteers, whoever they are. You know, the planning board gave their opinion. I don't know if you read it or not. Probably not, because I don't think you didn't read those 13 ordinances before you submitted them back a year ago, so why should this be any different? To quote them, during this most recent review, the planning board identified 4 major impacts on the town: housing availability, housing affordability, neighborhood stability, and quality of life. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but just a few excerpts. The board discussed the aims and principles embodied in the ordinance and concluded that the proposed ordinance is not consistent with those principles identified below, including comprehensive plan consistency, guiding principle, enhancing the year-round community, zoning, evaluate zoning strategies that can help to maintain neighborhood character town-wide, reduce the impact of student renters on the quality of life in local neighborhoods, ensure that seasonal rentals do not unduly strain public service, encourage year-round rentals through programmatic and regulatory approaches to build a stable year-round permission. The increase in permitted occupation of housing from 3 to 5 students is likely to increase demand on the town's water and wastewater management systems. We all know there's not a problem there. Other regulations. Based on past history of the frequent student-resident lifestyle conflicts associated with student housing, this amendment is likely to increase the need to enforce the town's noise ordinance and nuisance ordinance. I won't go any further on that, but I don't see you up there. Before, when the planning board agreed with what you wanted to do, you praised them as, oh, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bee. And here it is now, they voted this down like your 13 ordinances that they voted down before, but you're going to ignore that tonight. So, as I said, when I see stuff like this, I look at my neighborhood that I live in, and I try and look at my neighborhood in light of what the effect is of what you're proposing. So, let's see. Increasing number of students from 3 to 5 means the following in my neighborhood. 67% increase in the student population in my neighborhood. 60% increase in the number of student cars in my neighborhood. 67% increase in the number of trash cans left out on the street all week long. 67% increase in the amount of garbage that the animals get into because those garbage cans are out there. and it gets blown around, and no one picks it up because they live a different lifestyle than us. 67% more acquaintances invited to larger parties. 67% more cars driving through at 1:30 in the morning at high speed with blaring sound systems. 67% more late-night Ubers delivering the drunks back home. And 67% more cars parked on the lawn or half in the street. Now, in my neighborhood, I think there's 68 or 69 houses. 24 of them are rented to students. With this, that means there's 48 more cars coming in. There's one way in and one way out. That's 48 more cars coming in and going out all times of day. More traffic, more people, more congestion. And again, I've lived with students. I don't hate the students. It's not their fault. They're just doing what you guys allow. You know, and I've listened, really, to all your weak and sophomoric arguments regarding affordability, neighborhood stability, year-round rentals, quality of life, and also listen to those same arguments by your appointed lackeys on the planning board now. You know, so I don't know. You know, in all of this, and it goes for tonight too, because that's ridiculous. And you're thinking that there's 4,000 in town without question is just as ridiculous. I've not heard one cogent or original thought out of any of you that's actually supported by relevant data. I suspect that will not change tonight. I'm going to go back to my seat and await the middle finger once again.
Thank you. Ms. Lawler. Sorry, I'm working my way over to the room.
So help me God. Jill Lawler, Lawler. Welcome. Wow. You often hear the term read a room, and you can find out what's going on. I walked in here tonight, absent to any students or any landlords. I read the room. It was a done deal. They didn't need to come out on this cold night. That's a shame. Then the second thing happened. I don't know if anybody else likes the Babylon Bee, but I love the Babylon Bee. It's great political satire. That's the Babylon Bee. That's political satire, Alex. You are laughing at faces in the crowd, and we're not laughing back at you. That is something that is just so ridiculous. And I also have to add, wow, they're all white, middle-class people. I had a very different set of things to talk about tonight, but I think I'm just going to go through and talk about the things that you didn't talk about. We also learned immediately that you'd made up your minds about this, right? And Donna was the only name on the agenda item, so we knew where Donna stood. But before the public had a chance to speak, both the council president and Ryan both said their opinion, that they're moving this to 5. You didn't want to listen to us. I don't want to debate you, Alex.
No, I just want to make it clear that Councilor Torrealde and I put this on, not Councilor Vignali.
But her name is on the motion.
It shouldn't be.
It's on the motion. If you look at it, her is the only name on the motion.
I don't believe it's on the motion. It should be.
I'll take the time for the clerk to look at that and check the facts for me. Donna's name is the only name.
That's a mistake that she did not sponsor this with
Well,
me.
that's what the public has seen. She's
Okay.
the only name on it.
Thank you.
So the fact that you
That
guys
was a
spoke
mistake.
and came to a conclusion, that's really sad. You didn't even bother to wait for the public to speak. I find that the fact that you're going back and bringing up Tim Haxton's counsel really laughable. You're going back to when the 3 student was first talked about. You're skipping the most recent past, the last 3 councils. The prior 3 town councils went after the 3 student ordinance, and it's been very popular. And what happened? The first town council, I was a member of it, was during Zoom, when we first had to learn the Zoom meetings. And a virtual hand was left up, And the landlords groups came and they sued the town. And yes, it was saying, okay, yep, there was a virtual hand up, so have to hap down that law. The next council came in again, went after something that's very popular in the town. Again, as spoken so many times tonight so well, no one is against the students. It's just that there are too many. The balance is off. So the next council, wanting to try to right the ship, went and brought the motion ahead. Unfortunately, they made a procedural error. They didn't send it to the planning board. So yet again, the landlord associations dove at the opportunity to bring the town of Narragansett to court to try to make sure that they could protect their interests, the multi-million dollars that they make every single year, and they won. Procedural error trumped it. So then comes the last council. And the last council, we got it right. I actually made the town sergeant get up that night and go through every single row to make sure everybody in the audience had the opportunity to speak either for or against the ordinance. We made sure we checked every single box. And guess what? We passed it. And it hasn't been challenged. Nor has the Providence 3-student ordinance been challenged. You just had Attorney Pearson come up and tell you, this is good law. Judge Taft Carter, who never rules for the town of Narragansett, she actually said that these ordinances are separate, standalone, and can be both enforced. So a while back, maybe a few months ago, you changed the unrelated to 5 unrelated. And you tried to tell us, again, nobody's buying it, nobody's buying anything you're saying. You're trying to tell us that that is for affordable housing, right? So I'd like to ask you, and I know that you don't have the information, I'm sure, but since you've passed the 5 unrelated, how many homes, year-round homes in Narragansett, have turned over to be rented to 5 unrelated people year-round? I bet the answer is close to none. Because this law that you're passing has nothing to do with affordable housing. It has to do with some premise that each of you feel that you need to protect the University of Rhode Island student residents and make them have our houses become their resident halls. Why is it? There's all sorts of theories going on about what's in your mind of each of you. But it's not making the town better, it's making landlords more profitable. More importantly, it's also pushing through the agenda of the State House. God knows you guys must have really long hands from carrying the water every single meeting of the Speaker of the House to get these laws through. But we're all witnessing what's happening with state reps and state senators. They're being primaried. A lot of them are trying to dial back a little bit and step away from these laws because they're overacting. I must say that we have to thank Councilman Gleason, who was here tonight, because Councilman Gleason from Portsmouth has done more to protect the town of Narragansett residents than any one of you has. I do have to say that I'm grateful that Mr. Durkin did recuse himself from this vote because he certainly has a lot to stand, so good for him for doing the right thing. But don't pass this. Don't pass it tonight. You don't need to. If your goal was to make sure that you followed every single directive from the from the State House, from the Speaker of the House, all of those zoning changes, you've already done that. The State House is not telling you to touch this 3-student at all. So this is on all of you. And Alex, I find it incredibly difficult, especially with you, who was on the school committee not once but 2 terms. So this council could conceivably be the beginning of the end of the Narragansett school systems, because we are overpricing our houses here, and they're not going to be done for families. I mean, Brian and Jason and Alex, your friends that you went to high school with, they're not going to be able to afford houses here. They'll be waiting to inherit their parents' homes. There's no one that's going to get a key to this. The keys to these houses that are overturned are going to landlords, out-of-state landlords, to make money. So at some point in time, you're going to face a big challenge that we just don't need to have the schools. Who wants to do that? You're pushing the town into it by having the landlords be aggressively running this town. So shame on you guys for doing it, but I do appreciate the joke, the Babylon Bee, because anybody who woke up this morning probably is feeling pretty bad about what's going on in the world today. So thank you for the levity.
Thank you. Mr. Pugh?
Council President, I do want to just state for the record.
Oh, yes.
Jill, thank you for bringing that to my attention, because I did make an error on that staff report. The original motion on December 15th was sponsored by Councilors Menzies and Torialde to refer to the planning board. So Donna's name being mentioned on that item was my error.
Thank you. Mr. Pugh. Here you go.
I do. Yep, Jesse, Jesse, Pugh, P-U-G-H. Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I couldn't help myself, so I guess I'll spend a few minutes. I do want to give a little bit of, just kind of review the short-term history of this one. I know that multiple times throughout your guys' term, you have mentioned, or maybe alluded to, this idea that previous councils throughout the years, and not necessarily the last few councils, but even going further back, have dropped the ball on housing in Narragansett. And that I do think that you all think that you're making changes because nothing else that other councils have done has worked. So in your mind, that hasn't worked. Why continue that? You have different ideas, and these ideas are going to fix what has not worked. I think that you have not given what has recently been implemented a chance to work. So there has been a plan. Previous councils also recognized that things hadn't worked. And because of that, they actually took some steps that no other councils before them ever went ahead with. You know, there was really very loose restrictions when it came to zoning, when it came to housing and college rentals, really non-existent stuff. That's why you have 8-bedroom houses in Eastwood Look, a neighborhood where, you know, a lot of my classmates grew up in, and now there's really no families there. But a few councils ago, 5 or 6 years ago, what we did, not just the councils I was on, but other councils as well, we took like what we called a three-pronged approach. And that was, we implemented bulk zoning, which was would immediately stop these kind of like huge structures from going up that could be built just to be Airbnbs. So that was the first thing. Second thing was the 3-student ordinance, which is going to stop investors from buying up homes that were 8 bedrooms, renting them out to college kids, and then doing the Airbnbs in the summer. So that was the second thing. And then the third thing was going to be the short-term rental ordinance. So we looked at this holistically, and it was really all about economics. So I know that people come up here and they'll, you know, a lot of the worries are water and sewer, behavior, partying, all valid, all valid concerns. But the way I looked at it was always about the market and the economics of it, not about punishing students, anything like that. And it was starting to work. And the reason I say that is because you could talk to George Nanas, who runs the 2100, and he'll tell you that he saw college students starting to rent in other towns over the last few years. He said that publicly, and you can read it in the Independent from a few months ago. That's what we were trying to do. What we wanted to do was make it less appealing and less attractive for both students, because they couldn't be in a 6-bedroom house here in Narragansett anymore, and for potential investors. So we wanted to create some balance that didn't exist in the area, not just in Narragansett, but in the area. So we wanted to see college kids start looking in Richmond, South Kingstown, North Kingstown, and on campus. And we wanted the college to actually take it seriously for once, that Narragansett wasn't just going to be the place that was going to house all the students. So it's not an instant thing. Of course, it hasn't fully worked. Real estate has gone up. It's gone up everywhere. We know that. But what you're doing now is you're cutting off the legs of things that have been put in place over the last 5 years without giving it a real opportunity to go through the cycle. And we're starting to see some signs that it is working in terms of balance, not pricing. And I think we all know it's not going to be inexpensive ever to live in Narragansett. But now, you're going the other way. And you're going out of your way for some reason, which I can't understand what that reason is, to accommodate not students, but the investor landlords that own the properties. This isn't something that you're doing for the students, it's for the investors. I mean, even the illustration that we have up here, I understand the point that you can't define a student. You're showing the diversity of, the student body. But what it's really doing is showing us 3 out of 4 of these people will be negatively affected by what you're doing. Because 3 out of 4 of them, they don't need student housing, they need year-round housing. A single mom, a senior, and a middle-aged business owner. They're not renting a 9-month rental. So they're not going to be in any situation where they'd be restricted by, 3 or 5. So again, it's doing kind of, maybe I don't know the point of the illustration really, but what it shows me is that it's not about diversity, but it's about decreasing, this is decreasing year-round rentals because more houses will now be converted or used as college rentals because you can now go up to 5. The other interesting thing is that I know a few people have said that you're going to see people adding bedrooms to 3-bedroom homes to make it 4 or 5 bedrooms if possible, now that they can do it. And they will do that, and you've actually made it even easier to do that because now you can get that 15% bonus to make the footprint bigger. So you don't have to wedge a bedroom into that house, you can expand the house. So there's that as well. But I'm going to check my notes to see if I have anything else I want to hit on here. We do talk about, diversity and the, diverse group here, not racially, but age-wise. But again, this is another thing that's going to hurt diversity as well because what we have now is basically 2 demographics in town. We have college kids and we have pretty much retirees and a very small segment of younger year-round people. But when you don't have year-round rentals, which we're going to be taking away or decreasing by increasing college rentals, that means less young adults who would be living in a home together. 5, where do the people that work in the restaurants here live? Certainly not Narragansett. And when you have the ability to rent out a house to 5 college kids and then do it in the summer, you're definitely not going to be renting out to 5 unrelated year-round because it just doesn't make the same amount of money. So I think that pretty much covers it, but I do want to kind of stress that I know this is a single ordinance that we're talking about tonight, but in the aggregate, when we look at the full body of work that you guys have kind of pushed, I guess, this term, it's just hard to understand what the motive is. Most of the items, or at least the bigger items that you've passed, do not benefit the year-round people that live in town. They don't. You voted to rescind the short-term rental ordinance. You didn't do that, but you're not enforcing one. So no short-term rental ordinance. You're going from 3 to 5, something that you don't have to do. You could just not touch it. This is something that's already in place. You could just not do anything. But instead, you're doing something that's going to benefit investors. You're doing the 15% bonus, which is something, again, going to benefit investors. And, I'm sure there's some little things here or there that are great for the residents, and there are. I know you guys, we all live here year-round. We know people, and you have the bike path, and you have this and that. But the bigger items, they just are very lopsided towards investors, and they're harmful to residents. Not just negligible, but actually harmful to the residents and to the school system. And I have a hard time understanding what you are trying to accomplish. And I think a lot of voters are going to have the same issues. So I guess we'll just have to see how things go over the next 6 months, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Frandy.
I do. Stephen Ferrandi, S-T-E-V-E-N, last name Ferrandi, F-E-R-R-A-N-D-I. Thank you, council members. I'll I'll be brief. A lot's been said here tonight. Let's key in on a couple of items that maybe will give you some sort of a comfort level with what other councils have done and tried to do and maybe should have been continued, and get off the path of everything that was done previously was bad and against the residents. You've been told several times that the three-college student ordinance is separate than the state's unrelated ordinance. There is no reason why they have to be merged. Neither the college student ordinance was never challenged, and it's not going to be challenged because it's Supreme Court vetted. Providence handed us an ordinance in 2015, maybe. Almost 10 years ago we've had this ordinance, and we've been arguing about it. Now, I live in Eastwood. Look, I'm at ground zero. Everybody knows it now, I guess, in town. That's fine with me. I'm not going anywhere. I'd like to stay there. Keep my peace and quiet. Last year, when the three-college student ordinance had started, there was a significant amount of less traffic. A lot of the landlords were stating for 3 college students. I have a stack of violations I'm going to give you. I'm going to leave it to the clerk, and you can read them all. And it lists the ones Providence has violated people on, the ones Narragansett has. And they went out and they investigated. They asked, how many students were here, how many unrelated was here. So they were doing both at one time. So maybe you should have looked a lot of this stuff up, but I have it all, and I'm going to leave it with you so you can see. You can see what Providence is doing. It's not easy. They're doing it. They enforce some. They bring some people into court. Some challenge it and go to the municipal court. But it sets the tone that these towns it means something to them. And I know, Alex, you have to get out of the issue that I realize it's about a college student and all of that, but legally, it's not a protected class. Whether you like it a lot or I like it a lot, it doesn't matter. It's legal. And these things can be used. So the idea that it can't be used is wrong. The planning board, this is the first time the planning board ever had a positive recommendation about the 3 college student ordinance. Every other time, it was a tie, or it was, 4-2, 3-2, whatever it was against, okay? So, and they really dug into this. You can see the items. They went down all of the items. Guiding principle, enhance a year-round community. And they gave examples of what this college student ordinance was going to be in detriment to all of that. So what's the next step? The landlords are going to be at this next time trying to change that comp plan and see all of this stuff that they recommended. The landlords are going to be there trying to take all of this out. I guarantee it, because that's what happened the last time. So, this council's supposed to be fighting for the residents of this town. You're looking at the residents right now. You're looking at a lifetime person in Eastwood Look that's still there, okay? We're probably upwards of 75% rental. I lived with it. I broke up the parties. I broke up the fights. I did all this stuff here. Most people would have been long gone. I may have as many friends that have moved from one area of Eastwood Look to another town if they could, in another area in town. Now that's almost impossible. So please, give it some deference. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Look at everything. Don't vote on this tonight. Don't vote on it, or vote it down, or vote to keep this enforced. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to leave these for the clerk if I can.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find out who was saying something. So Mr. Frandy's requesting this share all documentation with our clerk. Thank you. Sue?
Yep. Yes. Okay, it's Susan, S-U-Z-A-N, Amoruso, A-M-O-R-U-S-O. Okay. All right, I already kind of spoke in public forum, but I really feel I'm puzzled, like someone said before, trying to figure out what's the reasoning behind this. We had a zoning plan, master plan, whatever you want to call it, in place after years of looking at diagrams up on the screen. I can remember sitting here. I was here primarily for the library, and then that was part of the agenda, so that's how I became so aware of it, where we were talking about dimensions, lines, wetlands. I mean, it was so specific. Parking. And now it's just like all that work, all those years, has just been discarded. There's a whole series of changes you're making, and I'm thinking, what was the matter with all that work? And this is just kind of another thing that's going through. And we said water, but I think it needs to be repeated, adding more students, more water, more sewer. Things do fail. During the blizzard, we had a pumping station fail. And I saw that the people on Bonnet Point were told, please don't use your taps and don't flush for a while, because it's not working and we can't get to it. Those things can happen. And if we keep increasing a population that isn't known for conserving water, it just, and there's nothing about this that is helping year-round housing and affordable housing. I mean, I've been volunteering with affordable housing for like over 20 years now. And everything that Narragansett is doing is opposed to that. It's oppositional. People, when you talk to people who are active in trying to find housing and get it built, they just roll their eyes. Narragansett, oh yeah, no, 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 no. I know Habitat for Humanity built one house. That was their first house. And that was it. So I think more time and energy should be spent on how to preserve year-round residents, whether it's a rental or whether it's owner-occupied. I think that's where the focus should be. And I really do think that someone said something about businesses the other day at another meeting I was at, and they said, well, workers can't live in Narragansett. I know people that work here, and they have to find a place up in Warwick, because that's the closest place they can afford. And eventually, you're going to be stuck with vacancies, a lot of vacancies. So I think that's something, and I'm disturbed that we're just going for, you know, the state. The state says, but there are communities that have stepped up and said, we don't need to follow it blindly. And not only did they ask or pass last year these rules and regulations, let's call them, laws and bills got passed. But one of the ones they're proposing is that you won't need a second stairwell in a 4-level building. And I'm like, what the heck? Who would do that? Well, the state, that is one of their proposals. Now, the Fire Association, Rhode Island, and fire chiefs have said, that's ridiculous. And I'm thinking, who would come up with that? And one of the problems is we have all these homes in Narragansett that more than likely were just 3-bedroom homes, you know, that housed a quote-unquote typical family, maybe a couple of relatives thrown in. But now we are, you know, we're just, it's like we're overcome by all this flood of people. And we're just not preserving residents' quality of life. So I just don't know why we're jumping into everything that the state says. And that stairwell thing really disturbed me. And adding all these bedrooms, I've spoken before on this, I am very, very concerned about the safety of it. Because I feel adding all these bedrooms without proper, you know, egress and stuff, it's an accident waiting to happen. And another issue is that if this goes through, then I think it's the town's responsibility to go into every single rental, whether you have to hire somebody to do it or not. Because people are not, the people who are renting, the landlords, are not paying their fair share of taxes. I mean, I mentioned before, there's a house up the street from me. You know, I don't want to give a number or anything, and I looked it up to see, how many bedrooms are in that house? So there's 5 cars there now. They are paying taxes on a 4-bedroom house. So I am having a harder financial burden because they are not paying for their actual, tax description of their house. And I find that, and URI will not change. I mean, I'm a URI grad, my whole family. It's interesting, though, 3 of my grandkids who are in college, they all looked at URI, but URI, for many kids, is considered now to be a commuter college because there are actually more kids living in Narragansett than on campus. So they chose not to do it. So I feel bad that it's a great institution, but this is affecting, they're getting free fire, free rescue, free, they don't have any infrastructure, they're just using ours, which is already having a problem. And that, I mean, why would they change when you've got all this stuff just handed to you by the town of Narragansett? So, and in closing, a lot of people said to me tonight, or this afternoon, I should say, so why are you going to bother? Why are you going to the meeting? You know they've made up their minds, and maybe that's true. But my philosophy is, if you don't speak up, if you don't say anything, then you have no right to criticize. And not everyone can be here tonight, but I know I've written emails. I hope that you get them because I don't get answers, but I just think, I don't know, it's a very kind of like sad situation. Narragansett is definitely for sale, and it's for sale to investors because there's so much money involved. So I hope that you do change your mind. People told me that you've already made up your mind, so, but we have to speak up. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't have any clock in front of me, and that one certainly doesn't work, so. Oh, thank you. No, that's all right. Can we please have a motion to extend the meeting? Thank you, Ms. Lawler.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
I do. Carolyn Petrocelli, Carolyn Petrocelli. I wasn't planning to get up here tonight. I do attend all of the meetings in person, and tonight especially, looking out in the audience and seeing this room packed with residents, many of whom have gotten up to speak to you, and I just thought, are we wasting our time? Is what you're doing predetermined? I mean, it feels that way. I don't want to accuse any of you of that sort of thing, but to hear, for instance, Mr. Torellotti stating at one point, we're going from 3 to 5, or I'd like to go from 3 to 5, it feels like, then we have to get up and argue with that. It's like that's already, it feels that it's like already determined. And for you, Mr. Menzies, to put this out there, it's like you had it all planned. It doesn't feel, and I'm not saying this, but it feels, again, to me, that you've determined that already. You had all of these things that are going to support what you believe, rather than, in my mind, to come with an open mind, that you have all your ducks in order in your facts. And I say that because I've attended all these meetings and I have watched people get up repeatedly, only to be met with, what feels, again, like disdain for the residents, because in the end, you just vote always against us. And tonight, there was around 50 people in this audience. Now it's gone down to a handful. But, often I don't want to get up because I feel like, why am I wasting my time? But I really appreciate what Susan said, because it's true. Our voices need to be heard, whether you're really listening to us. You claim that you are, but I've met with some of you, and I find that's not the case. And I repeatedly write to you. I write you emails. I feel disrespected because I write and I try to be polite and respectful. Maybe it's not coming off that way because the frustration really gets to a point where you just don't know anymore. But you don't respond. You used to, Mr. Menzies. And you did too, for in the beginning, Ms. Vignali, and then you said, no more, I'm not responding to you. I've never heard from Mr. Colonies nor Mr. Torellotti, never. And I just think that is disrespectful. We are the residents. We are the ones that you're supposed to be representing primarily, but I can tell you, and after hearing dozens of people get up, I am convinced that you don't listen to us, and I watch it with the results of your votes. And then the Portsmouth group, they came up here, and they spoke to you. They're inviting you to join them. I did not hear one of you say, leave your name and addresses and your numbers, your phone numbers, your email, so we can...
They've already provided that to all of us.
They provided it, but I would like to know, are you going to meet with them? Are you going to join with them in these other towns that are clearly fighting for their residents? I don't ever get that answer, because my other question to you in the past has been, how does all this help us? And I've never understood that. How that doesn't help affordable housing. We've heard that from many people. This ordinance, you heard from a lawyer who's telling you that you can do this, so it just begs the question, why? Why are you doing this? I've lived in Portsmouth. I've gotten up in Portsmouth as one resident one time, and they listened to me, and they actually voted against the person, it was a business that wanted to do some crazy things on this main street that needed special permits. And after having listened, they said no. And I thought, wow. And I'm seeing them now doing this. So why are you not joining with them? And we're going to be watching to see if you do, because if you don't, it begs the question, who are you serving? Who do you represent? Can any of you answer any of it, or do I mean, this is not open forum. This is a public hearing, right? I mean, I know you talk to, sometimes you respond to people. Am I being unreasonable to ask you as a resident, a taxpayer?
No, again, you did say a lot in there, and if you'd like me to respond, this is your time. You asked if Councilor Torrealde and I had a predetermined vote on this. The answer is no, but we did co-sponsor this together, and as such, we have the legal right to speak and discuss on this. Right. That is why he had a opinion on this, just as every other council person up here as well. Now, were we aware that members from the Portsmouth Council, the members of the Portsmouth Town Council were going to be present? No. I did not receive any communication ahead of time to say that they were going to be here. This is the first time hearing this information, and like any other members of council elected bodies around the state, we welcome them to hear their feedback. And again, at this juncture, I don't have any determination to say that we're going to jump in the ring with Portsmouth or Tiverton, but certainly going to do our research to look at it thoroughly and make a decision later on.
Well, I hope so. I do. And as far as you and Mr. Torellotti sponsoring this, as we found out now that it was a mistake on the part, of someone else here, but as a resident, that's not the way it was presented to us. It was, you
Yeah,
know,
and I
and that's
understand
why,
Yep.
you know, you have
And
to
I appreciate
understand
that
from
being
our point of
addressed.
view too. But I just hope you are listening, because many of us attend these meetings, and those that don't probably are just at the point where they feel like, what's the point? Why bother? Because they are not, we don't feel like you're listening to us. That's how it comes off. And it was very disheartening also to see you argumentative with people that, when the people would come up here to speak, I don't think they were being disrespectful. And for you to argue with them, it just, as a council member, it just doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem appropriate to me. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Yes, in the back.
I do, yes. My name, John, John, Fair, Fair. I live at 81 Onondaga Road in Narragansett, Bonnet Shores. I've come to a number of meetings in the past, always sat in the back and kind of kept my mouth shut. And, but one of the things that after living here for 30 years, my kids went to the schools, my wife was a school nurse at the Pure School for 25 years, probably had some of you, I know she had some of you guys, you know. And when we moved here, there were kids on the block, and the bus came down, and, you know, it was a neighborhood, you know, it was really nice. And we didn't move here to get rich or anything else like that. I guess we are rich right now, unfortunately, but I think that begs my point is that it seems like Narragansett's for sale, and there are fewer and fewer kids in the schools. In fact, they have to open up enrollment from other school districts for magnet schools just to fill some of the classrooms. And it's like a dying community, and it's just, we're just becoming Miami Beach or something else like that. The higher, closer to the water you can go, the higher you can build, more bedrooms you can put on. And all those things that are done today, they're little things today. Everything is a little thing. But all those little things all mount up over a period of time. And they have a big effect on the community. I would love to think that sometime I could see kids in my neighborhood again. But I never will, because nobody can rent, nobody can afford to rent, nobody can afford to buy it. We're out of business, we're not a community anymore. And I just felt that as one time I had to come up and talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. We'll start here, and then we'll go to Mr. Callan. Yep.
Yes. Judith, Judith, Franchina, Franchina, 6 Lauderdale Drive, Narragansett. I'm very nervous. I've never done this before. I would not like you to increase it to 5. One of the things I have never heard from you guys is research on what happens in other communities when they are at 5 with a college school nearby. I remember on a previous town council, I was really impressed with one of the members because they did the research on what was better, how it affected the town, the people that live there year-round, when there are that many students. You need to do your homework, all of your homework, not just what the state wants you to do, and not what you think the rules are, but what you can do that's best for the town, all the people, whether they're students or they're the senior citizens or the few kids that we've got. But that's your job. The other thing is, happen to live, well, I live in Briggs Farm, and I happen to live on a corner where there are now 4 families with kids. That hasn't been like that for a long time. And they are concerned. They want their kids to go to school. They have like 2-year-olds and 4-year-olds. They want the Narragansett school system to be there. To me, you guys need to have a plan for how you can help these families. That's what we should be working at. What can you do to help us stay a real town, not just a college student dorm? I went to UR. I have another one of those. I graduated in '70, but I also lived on campus, which I loved. But I like the kids, but I want the neighborhoods to stay neighborhoods. There can be some students, that's fine, that's not a problem, but don't make it predominantly students, but also do all your homework. What happens? I remember this woman, this council member, researching other towns in other states that had the same issue, and they actually found that 2 or 3 was the healthiest for everybody. And you probably don't want to hear that, but please consider what you are really looking at, all the facts, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Callahan.
I do. Tom Callahan, Callahan, 26 Baltimore Avenue, Narragansett. I'm sorry, it's been a long sit, and it's been a long night for you, and I'm barely awake, and
Well, thank you for being here.
perhaps the same is true. But I wanted to wait to give everyone an opportunity to speak before I spoke tonight. As you know, the planning board has weighed in on this matter. I'm not here as a member of the planning board. I'm here to speak to my own personal views, which vary to some extent from the planning boards. I think when we met in our session, in our work session, I presented to you, I think, what is the policy question that all of this raises? In my mind, and the policy question is, if you have 6,000 to 8,000 University of Rhode Island students living in Narragansett, and a population of somewhere between 14 to 15,000 total population, in which their percentage, is that a fair mix? Is that the mix you're trying to encourage from the point of view of creating this town as you go forward? That to me is kind of the policy question. So that on the issue of 6,000 to 8,000 versus other numbers that have been talked about, the 6,000 to 8,000 number is the University of Rhode Island's estimate in 2024 as given to Crane. If you go to the Crane report, look at the data there. That number is cited by Crane as information that came from the University of Rhode Island. Hang on just 1 second, please. So amending the ordinance in the way that you're suggesting, also suggests that you recognize that regulating student rentals is a legitimate exercise of town authority, and it's legally defensible. Otherwise, you would have simply stricken and relied on the 5 unrelated to closely conform to state law. In the past, this ordinance has been framed as a remedy to resident-student lifestyle conflicts, noise, parties, parking, etc., that have destabilized some neighborhoods. But it's more than that in Narragansett. 6,000 to 8,000 students attending URI live here. They account for more than half of the town's 14,000 population. They rent hundreds of homes in groups of 3, 4, 5, or more. It's created a market dynamic unmatched anywhere in the state. Big picture, this council tonight is being asked whether that's a healthy balance, or would maintaining the limit at 3, enforcing it, and pushing URI to create more housing on or near campus lead to a better balance of permanent residents and college students in Narragansett in the decade ahead. First, let me quickly remind people of what URI's Narragansett footprint is. We are a host community to the university, equal to or perhaps greater than Kingston. As I said, 6,000 to 8,000 students reside here. That's more than live in campus residence halls. We're the host community for the Narragansett Bay campus, which, by the way, has a new master plan. It calls for a significant build-out on the campus. I believe there was no consultation in developing that plan with the town, no formal consultation with the town in terms of developing that plan, and I'm not sure that you have a good sense of what's going to happen there. Westmoreland Street sewer plant is a joint venture between the Narragansett, South Kingston, and the university. The University of Rhode Island has no formal transportation system. Each student has a vehicle. They commute daily to Kingston. They deal with the emissions and the traffic that are associated with that as well. As somebody mentioned earlier, to some extent you could perceive the Narragansett to the Kingston campus as a community campus. And notwithstanding the fact that we have that the URI has such a significant footprint here, last year, without, I think, a lot of announcement, they, for example, announced that they were going to double the fees to the sewage treatment plant over at Westmoreland for Narragansett to release back the excess capacity that they're currently not using, which to some extent we're using for University of Rhode Island students on the north end of town. So what's the consequences of all that? Well, as we've talked about earlier, Crane says there's 2,200 units, rental units in town, 1,100 of which are being rented, or 50% are being rented by college students. From an affordability point of view, URI demands drives pricing, which is influenced by cash flow and investor expectations for return. Excuse me. If the metric for fairly meeting the state's affordable housing goals was measured by the percentage of the population in the town actually residing below the federal poverty rate, rather than the number of affordable housing units, Narragansett far exceeds all but a handful of towns in the state of Rhode Island. And that's due to underemployed and unemployed students in the retired population here in town. URI's in-state, out-of-state enrollment percentages for this year, based on the information that was reported to their Board of Trustees this month, 61% of the admitted 2025-26 undergraduates are from out of state. In other words, the sons and daughters of Narragansett residents who can't find or afford a house in Narragansett, so the sons and daughters of out-of-state residents can live here temporarily while attending the University of Rhode Island. So what are the counter arguments that have been made over time here? Students have always lived down the line. It's a URI rite of passage. Well, what's URI saying? You heard earlier tonight that the university's also just finished a master plan for its main campus in Kingston in 2025. It says that, and I'm going to leave a copy of this for each of you with the clerk, and Mr. Schofield referenced it earlier tonight, and I won't read the whole thing, but in a nutshell it says, on-campus housing, the lack of housing and the limited availability of housing options on or near campus was identified as the #1 issue impacting the student experience and growth of academic programs. It's deterring enrollment, it's incurring long commutes for students and employees, and that's what they're saying. And they're saying we need more on-campus housing to recruit the kind of students that we want to have here at the University of Rhode Island. Economic arguments frequently. The presence of students helps with the seasonality associated with the summer and shoulder seasons there. Well, it may have been true 20 or 30 years ago when a year-round market for Narragansett housing didn't exist. That's not the case today. In fact, a better family-student balance would provide a better year-round foundation for Narragansett's economy. Somebody already mentioned earlier in terms of improving the diversity of the community, in terms of having a better balance between, or something in addition to, students and retired folks. And that perhaps that, excuse me, that making, focusing on 3 students would make 3-student houses, excuse me, 3-bedroom houses more attractive to investors, and then therefore in making the housing situation worse in Narragansett. Well, the flip side of that is, if you leave it at 3, it would make 4 and 5 and larger bedrooms less attractive to investors, freeing them up to rent or sell to families and permanent residents. On the issue of enforcement, I understand it's a difficult issue, but I will say this. If you are a landlord and you basically have a town ordinance that says no more than 3, most landlords will voluntarily comply with the law. You may have to deal with recalcitrants, but the fact of the matter is, most people, when you tell them this is the law, they may want to change the law, they may want to organize to modify the law, but until the law is changed, they're going to obey the law. And so then the enforcement here is done as it was done previously, on the basis of complaint. But for the most fact that you ask yourself, what level of compliance would you get on a voluntary basis without having to do the kind of strict enforcement that people have talked about? So, from my vantage point, I think if I could give you some advice tonight, I would take a beat. I would say to myself, I would listen to what you heard this evening. I would consider the information that you have developed on your own, and I'd come back and say, if the public policy question that we're really focused on as part of this and other things that we're doing is how to bring, is the balance of students to the permanent population an appropriate balance? If it is, okay, make that plain. If it's not, which direction do you want to take it, more or less, and come back with a plan and explain that plan to folks so that they know how this fits in with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I know it's been a long evening for everyone, so does anyone else have anything they'd like to add who hasn't spoken already on this? Okay. Again, I do want to reiterate my appreciation for everyone speaking this evening and for sharing your viewpoints. I did make a few notes that I'm going to try to read. It's actually hard to read my notes, so I'm going to try my best. Along the lines of affordable housing, you know, this is you know, we've been accused and that a lot of the things that this council has tried to push through in the past or has been under the guise of affordable housing. I mean, I'll be the first to admit this is not at all meant to address the affordable housing crisis in this town. I do appreciate that Mr. Pugh, when he got up here, provided that very important context that the design of the student ordinance when it was created was meant to, and I'm reading my notes as I've written, to disincentivize students from, or landlords from turning properties into academic rentals and, you know, pushing students back to the campus. And in many respects, I agree that we really do need to do more to, you know, address the housing crisis. You know, I don't believe that it should be Narragansett's responsibility to house students. And the Crane report, which was shared and alluded to many times this evening, stipulates that a major recommendation is to get URI to build more housing, more dormitories. Well, they are, and they just had a groundbreaking ceremony where they're building more dormitories. And again, my question has always been, you know, again, I challenge it a little bit because I believe it's to be a slippery slope. You know, is URI just going to in turn bring in more students, and it's not going to solve the underlying problem? But in many respects, you know, again, another thing that was brought up this evening was the existence of a unrelated ordinance and a student ordinance. And again, to reiterate what facts were shared, the legal decision that was made on the constitutionality of the student ordinance was made when there was no state law in effect. And I want to make it also clear, I am not making these recommendations to align to state law. I am making these recommendations so that we have the better ability to enforce all of our rental ordinances, not just an unrelated. So that way a home can't just have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 students living in them. I don't want to see dormitories being built all around this town. It's already been referenced this evening that, yes, I was on the school committee, and, you know, I have, again, born and raised in this town. I reference what it used to be like graduating in this town with 120 students on average in a graduating class, and to see how that number has almost been split in half. Granted, the senior class is still around 100, 90 to 100 people, but a lot of the other grades are significantly less. But if you look at the statistics over the last, where are we now, like 15 years, you've seen a steady decline in enrollment that is not unique to this year, last year, or the previous 5 years. There is a major housing issue and affordability issue that has been going on for quite some time in Narragansett, to the point where not only is Narragansett unaffordable, but just about anywhere you look is unaffordable. Affordable housing is very difficult to come by. Now, we have a very, very well-educated and respected affordable housing committee in this town, and we have we have worked very closely with them to support affordable housing initiatives that are designed to direct specifically the lack of affordable housing in this town. And the last thing I'll say is, again, I hear and understand the recommendations and the feedback and the concern by all residents shared this evening, even residents who are just of the state of Rhode Island, not residents of this town. And where I'm coming from is I recognize that there is an issue with the number of short-term rentals in this town. And I appreciate Mr. Hanley for reminding all of us that that was something that we were workshopping, and for one reason or another, it seemed to have been lost over time, and I think it's very important that we bring that ordinance back for consideration and move forward on that. And again, when you're looking at the overall market in the town of Narragansett, no matter which way you look, it's severely impacted by the number of rentals in this town. And when it comes to and I don't mean to ramble, I'm going to try to wrap it up. I write a lot of notes. When it comes to, for me, it came down to a decision between an academic versus an unrelated person. And I 100% agree that there is a rental problem and a rental concern, and that there needs to be ways in which we rightly push students back to the URI campus, and that we can figure out amongst our neighboring cities and towns what are ways in which we can, rightly support each other and support all members within our community. And with that, for me, it came, and I understand the concerns about the URI community and the university being on our doorstep. I get it. I do understand the pressures that it has on this town, but when it comes to the design, the student ordinance does not specifically call out the University of Rhode Island. It talks about college students, but any student can be susceptible to this 3-student ordinance. And that's, again, that's where I'm coming from on this, is that this is not meant to answer the affordable housing problem in this town. But the concerns brought up by the sewer and water as well, I just ask back to the residents who are here this evening talking about it, does it matter if you're wearing a pin that says you're a student or if you're not a student? If a rental exists that's an academic that rents to 3 students, but they no longer wish to rent it as an academic, they could just turn it into a short-term rental with 5 individuals, 1 per bedroom up to 5 unrelated. So I challenge the arguments made this evening about the sewer and water problem. Yes, there's absolutely a sewer and water problem, and we have done an amazing job, not great, but we've started these initiatives to answer the sewer and water problem in this town, working diligently with our town staff. And, again, this has been a concern for 20 years. I wish that there was more to show for it over the 20 years to improve our infrastructure. Yes, the cost is so high because, we're living in these times, and that needs to be budgeted for, and that's going to be at the forefront of our budget discussions. But again, I know I'm being very long-winded, and at this point, nobody wants to hear me ramble. So does anyone else have anything else they'd like to add?
So thank you all for speaking tonight. Clearly, I have a different point of view than everyone else here who has spoken tonight. As I said at the start of the public hearing, I could have motioned to rescind this. I did not. With this, and if we vote, to raise it from 3 to 5, we still maintain the lever against URI should we wish to use it. With the lever still in place, it can be used, I feel, more strongly in negotiating with the university to push for further housing on campus. I maintain my position to raise the 3-student ordinance to 5 students.
Anyone else?
There's just a couple of things. First of all, I just want everyone, whether you're watching or here, to know that I hear every word that you're saying. I think the problem is we have a difference of opinion. And when I'm looking at these issues, I'm looking at these issues through how do we get neighborhoods back to neighborhoods like this gentleman was talking about? How do we get it so that we have the kids playing in the streets? I look through everything through the lens of we need to make housing affordable for our community. We need to bring back that community. I think we have a difference of opinion as to how to do that. However, I just want to say that we are working, and I don't want to have to repeat everything because it's late, but we have done so much towards working with the wastewater treatment plant. We have hired a consultant. We have done all kinds of investigating. We have looked at the data. We have been working diligently to try to figure out how and what we need to do to get that wastewater treatment plant up and running so there's no problems this summer. I want to also say that small things are happening. I sit on the Housing Authority Commission, and we've had 7 landlords who have now, since we've started talking, since I've been on the Housing Commission, who have now turned their homes into full-time rentals, who have come forward and will accept affordable housing for 7 families in Narragansett. I think we're making small progress, and this is just a snapshot of what has to be done. No one thing, 15% isn't going to make affordable housing. ADUs isn't going to do it. It's a puzzle of putting everything together because what was happening was not working. And families need to be able to stay here. Seniors need to stay here. That's why we needed to do that. We need to have the incentives to get landlords to maybe look and possibly go to long-term rentals instead of short-term rentals. It's all got to come together, and it's not going to be done overnight. And it's different small parts of the puzzle that we have to look at, and look at it through the lens of affordable housing and getting people back to live in Narragansett so our workers can live here. And that's what we're trying, that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I campaigned on. And I'm trying to get, you know, I live in Briggs Farm. I hear him, I live in Briggs Farm. I have no neighbors. You know why? I have 3 empty houses that sit there empty, nobody in it, all winter long. We don't talk about that and with the effects that that has on our housing. So it's like there's all different parts of this that have to come together, and it doesn't come together overnight. And I'm just going to continue to try to bring it all together and work and look at things through the lens of getting housing, affordable housing for us, and in helping the residents. And it has, and that's what I'm doing. So I support this also.
And again, the thing that I will add to, again, going back to what Councilor Vignelli has said, not only did this council create a sewer and water subcommittee in response to the extensive number of emails that we got and feedback that we got, yet it still surprises me and amazes me how many people come up and speak and say, what are you doing about it? I encourage you to reach out to our town manager or to the town staff or to us, and we'll be more than happy to share at length all of the actions that we are making. And when it comes to URI, I believe it was Mr. Schofield, actually. I'm sure he left because he was exhausted just like the rest of us. But Mr. Schofield and I, when I was out campaigning, you know, I sat down with him, I spoke with him and talked about different ways in which, you know, we can address a number of the problems that are going on in our community. And he said, we really need to get to URI. We need to be able to speak with URI and figure out ways in which we can get them to build more housing and get students back on campus. Well, this council is doing that. We have all individually met extensively with representatives from the URI community. And in turn, they too have reached out to us individually to have these conversations. So, and as a result of these conversations and in collaborative efforts with our state legislature, we're seeing new dorms being built on the URI campus as requested by residents here this evening. So again, I will continue to advocate hard for the university to build more dormitories, especially ones that are going to support our undergraduates as well as graduates, because I know that there was graduate housing that is also being built. But I also want to reiterate that there's a balance, that we can't expect that this is going to be a problem that's resolved overnight. And one of the initiatives that we're working on with the Affordable Housing Committee is trying to incentivize short-term rentals and academic rentals for landlords to turn those properties into year-round rentals. This is active communication that's going on with our Affordable Housing Committee. And I would love to see, and landlords wouldn't like me to say this, but I would love to see the number of academic rentals and the number of short-term rentals go down in this town and turn into year-round rentals. And that is an ongoing conversation. And again, that's all I have left to say this evening. I think people have heard enough from all of us. So with that, is there a motion to close? Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Alex, do you want to extend the meeting?
Huh?
Do we want to extend the meeting?
Yes, actually, can we, is that like a done deal that we close the public hearing? Okay, because I just want to, Nope, the public testimony is over. Everyone has had the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to make sure that we have the legal amendment added. Is that something that I have to add before I close on the public hearing?
No, you don't need to do
Okay,
that.
so I can add an amendment after closing the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. So based on, again, the feedback provided by the planning board, there was a recommendation to add legal in front of bedroom. I 100% support that, and would like, so I just want to make sure this is sound. Do I need to make a motion to amend and then vote on the final?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend the language of the motion to include legal in front of bedroom?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. And now, is there a motion to introduce, read, pass, and accept as a first reading an ordinance in amendment of section 7.23, student-occupied dwellings located in a R10, R10A, or R20 zone within Appendix A entitled Zoning as amended?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Any further final discussion? I have Councilor Colonies as seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Mr. Durkin, I know you've been waiting out there in the wing. If you wouldn't mind coming in at this time.
Hey, stranger. I forgot there was more than.
All right. So on to the consent agenda portion of the evening. Is there a motion to approve as presented consent agenda items C1, C2, C3, C4, and C5?
I move C1 through C5.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Oh, I just want to make a note that the motion for the public hearing was passed 4-0 with one recusal being Jim Durkin. On to new business. Is there a motion to approve design and permitting services from Beta Group, Inc. for Spring Street drainage improvements at $14,170 and Bayberry Road drainage improvements at $82,400 for a total of $96,570?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the town clerk. Is there a motion to appoint one member to the Board of Canvassers for a 6-year term set to expire on March 1st, 2032, and to appoint one alternate member to the Board of Canvassers for a term set to expire on March 1st, 2027, if necessary?
Second.
So moved by Councilor Vignali, seconded by Councilor Torialde. I would like to make a motion to bump up Melissa Crawford from an alternate seat to the full-time position. And can I make this in one motion, like both names? Yep. And I would like to make a second motion to put Nancy, what's her last name?
Klanuski.
Thank you. My iPad died, so I can't see the names in front of me. So what's Nancy's last name?
Nancy Klanuski.
Thank you. Nancy will, as a alternate member to the Board of Canvassers for a term set to expire on March 1st, 2027. Is there anyone here to move that motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is that all right, Sarah? Okay. Thank you. And on to item E2. Is there a motion to reappoint/appoint 2 individuals to the Coastal Access Improvement Committee for a 3-year term set to expire on March 1st, 2029?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I would like to, as the representative on the Coastal Access Committee, I've thoroughly reviewed and vetted all of the applicants. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Jesse Pugh and appoint Dr. Ruben J.A. McFarland for the second seat set to expire on March 1st, 2029.
So moved.
Second.
Is that okay that we're doing them both at the same time? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. On to the last agenda item, and then everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Is there a motion to appoint 1 individual to the Narragansett South Kingstown Senior Advisory Committee for a 3-year term set to expire on January 18th, 2029? Did I
So
say that
moved.
right?
Second.
Yeah. I said that right? January 18th, 2029. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. And I would like to make a nomination. Is that it? Yeah, I would like to nominate Sina Zurkera Martin, who is the former chair of the Coastal Access Committee, who has very generously decided to continue her service as a member of the South Kingstown Senior Advisory Committee. So I would like to make that motion. Is there anyone who would like to move that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion to adjourn at, what time is it? 11:11 p.m.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All those in